Chapter 652. Chapter 652, If He's Safe. Proofreader, Papatonks. Qingqing, how are you feeling? The cramped room was now crowded with Shui Ruohua and others, all looking worriedly at Chu Qingqing, sitting cross-legged on the bed. The floating light green traces from her body made her body tremble, and her face contoured in pain. Shen Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth as he cursed. Those repulsive demonic cultivators even resorted to sneak attacks, and heavy-handedly too. We don't even know if Sister Qingqing will be all right. She took so many pills and antidotes, but none of them worked. Danner shouted in anger. Everyone gave a nod of worry. Only Elder Yun waved his hand, his voice calm. It's fine. You guys don't need to make such a fuss. I inspected Qingqing and found her life wasn't in danger. This is Double Dragon Manor. How can anyone just resort to murder? Just that these days, Qingqing will be in suffering and pain. Humph! Damn those demonic cultivators, making junior sister Qingqing suffer so much. I will never forget this. Shen Xiaoyu gnashed his teeth. The rest were just as angry. Young Master, Elder, Xie Tianshang of Sword God Sect has paid a visit. A shout came from outside the house. The first middle three sects? The two looked at each other, then wondered, what is someone from the first middle three sects doing here? While they were wondering, the pained Chu Qingqing opened her eyes. She had a faint smile as she said, "Show him in. He is an old friend from Tianyu. He must want to see me." Another old friend? Shen Xiaoyu's mood darkened. Not another shady pursuer, is it? He said, "Junior sister Qingqing can't receive guests in her state. It's better if you don't see him." "Wait, young master." Elder Yun spoke first, advising, a simple old acquaintance of Qingqing could be sent off, but he has the Sword God Sect behind him. We can't ignore them. It's best to receive him still. Shen Xiaoyu was annoyed by Elder Yun's idea, but could only nod. Even as his mind was frantic, Xie Tianshang brought Yun Shuang and Yongning along. After greeting Elder Yun, he noticed Chu Qingqing sweating and pale. He cupped his hands. "Edifice Lord Chu, it's been a long time. Have you been well?" "Enough of your crap. Can't you see she isn't well at all?" Danner rolled her eyes as she grumbled. The others fell silent. "He only said that in passing, yet you got annoyed so fast." Chu Qingqing patted her shoulders. Xie Tianshang chuckled and bowed again. "Forgive me for my crudeness. Edifice Lord Chu, I have witnessed how you got poisoned, and I have brought a secret antidote from my sect that should alleviate the pain." Xie Tianyang presented the vial. Chu Qingqing's eyes lit up and she nodded. "Thank you for your kindness, young Master Xie. Please, we have the same homeland. There's no need for that." Xie Tianshang smiled and handed it over. Shui Ruohua gave it to Chu Qingqing, who was still trembling in pain. Young Master Xie, Qingqing had taken many pills, but none helped. Could it be that this? It will work. Xie Tianshang smiled with conviction. Chu Qingqing smiled as well. "I believe so as well." She opened the vial and took the pill. She remained cross-legged, meditating quietly. The others were still looking at her nervously, but after 15 minutes, something magical happened. Chu Qingqing's trembling stopped. Her face became rosy, and the green energy around her slowly faded away. "Young Master Xie, your pill is amazing. It actually worked." Danner's eyes lit up. Xie Tianshang simply smiled in reply, while Shen Xiaoyu and Elder Yun were amazed by the middle three sects' power. "I don't know what that poison was, but it was removed so easily. Is this a universal antidote, I wonder?" Chu Qingqing revealed the answer soon enough. She opened her eyes and smiled. "Ha ha ha, he's still the same, never wanting to take credit for anything." "You knew?" "Of course, such a specialized antidote can only come from the poisoner himself." Chu Qingqing was filled with happiness. Shui Ruohua asked curiously, "Qingqing, you said the antidote belongs to the poisoner. Does that mean it's demon scheming sex, Lu Xie?" "Yes, it's his. Though I bet he wasn't so keen on giving it." Xie Tianshang spoke like she knew everything. Xie Tianshang smiled and nodded. Edifice Lord Chu, it's like you're him to know him so well. Just as I went to see him, he was beating up the guy to force him to give the antidote. But you know his style. He would never admit to doing such a kind act. He's just as stubborn as always behind that cold face. I've seen him do it too many times in the esoteric debate. Chu Qingqing's gaze wandered, recalling the fond memories. The girls were even more puzzled. Danner asked, Senior sister, you can't mean that Zhuofan gave you the antidote, can you? He had even been scolding you on stage to be crueler and forget the past. And? He only did it because he pitied me, not wanting me to be in danger again. In fact, I was quite happy to hear him say that. As for his coldness, ha ha ha, he's always been like this. Chu Qingqing did not mind it in the least. The girls were speechless. What is it between these two exactly? It just feels more complicated by the day. Xian Xiaoyu was very hateful right then. The antidote came from him again. He would have surely stopped it if he knew. He could never allow the two to contact each other, even if it meant offending Sword God sect. Xie Tianshang nodded and sighed. Edifice Lord Chu, you have changed over the years. You used to be so forceful and tough. Sometimes you'd be so scared by that arrogant and almighty Zhuofan you'd never see him. Really? Danner looked intrigued at Chu Qingqing, but she flicked the girl's nose, gave her a deep look, and the girl shied back. Chu Qingqing sighed. I used to want an explanation from him at all cost, but after I saw how far he went for Ninger I knew. This man has his own path, and I should let him take it. Ninger. Chu Qingqing was roused by the voice and looked at Yongning. You know Ninger? Then you aren't Sword God sect disciples either. Xie Tianshang smiled. Let me introduce you. She is Tianyu's princess, Yongning, and this is Tianyu's holy maiden, Yun Shuang. They are both Edifice Lord Chu's main rivals. You should be careful. Yongning and Shuanger were put on the spot. Chu Qingqing simply smiled at Xie Tianshang. Who'd have thought the great martial fanatic of yesteryear would crack jokes? Then she looked deeply at Yun Shuang. Your Shuanger? Peony Overseer said in her messages that Zhuofan declared in front of everyone that he wanted you. I must say, with your pure look, you sure bear a striking resemblance to Ninger. No, please don't say that. Shuanger panicked, her face going beet red. Then she said quietly, I was only his pawn. Nothing actually happened. A pawn. The girls looked at each other, and anger appeared on their faces. To treat such a nice girl as a pawn, that Zhuofan is a cold bastard. Xian Xiaoyu used this chance to fling dirt. Hear that? That vile demon only knows how to deceive innocent girls. Qingqing, you must see him for who he is and not buy into his lies. He first had you injured and now sent someone with the antidote. He clearly wants to get to you. You must not let him. I know him far better than you ever will. Chu Qingqing sneered, her smile icy. Besides, as long as he is safe, I don't care if I become his pawn. What I fear is that he'll abandon me without even finding a use for me. The girls watched Chu Qingqing in shock. This prideful ice queen wanted to become someone's pawn, forever by his side. Was this still the same cold and determined beauty of before? While Elder Yun shook his head, Xian Xiaoyu was fuming mad because of this. The poor lass had fallen victim to a vile demonic cultivator. Chapter 653, Where the Heart Is. Chapter 653, Where the Heart Is. Proofreader, Papatongs. Qingqing, wake up. You've been taken in by that demon. Shui Ruhua shook Chu Qingqing and shouted at her. Chu Qingqing shook her head. Senior sister, I have been taken in, but that is because I wanted to. Nonsense. How is it logical to let yourself be bewildered? Shui Ruhua did not believe it. Chu Qingqing gave up, turning to Shuanger and gesturing the two to come over. Shuanger and Yongning tensed in front of their arch-rival in love. She won't do anything to us, will she? But the two relented at Chu Qingqing's bright smile that looked like an angel's. Chu Qingqing smiled. I know you both want to be by his side, but to do this you must understand him. You must also know what happened to Ninger. I heard from the Luo clan that Zhuofan saved her in the end, but she forgot about him so he let her go. Yongning said. Chu Qingqing nodded. You know some, but not everything, not what he went through to do it. I was still stubborn back then, forcing him to accept me. Chu Qingqing began narrating the days of old, from how the Seven Houses conflict started, to Zhuofan's cruel path, of Ninger's death, of Zhuofan's fall to madness, of his struggle and his white hair. She had told them everything, every little detail, well, except the part about her and Zhuofan separating because of it, going to different sects. Whether it was telling her story or Zhuofan's, she always had that reminiscing smile. It was then that I knew this man was far from dead inside. He is only holding himself back, is all. The path he threads is destined to be cruel and cold. So how could I want to be an obstacle? That's why I left, so that he would never fall into such despair again after what happened to Ninger. If he is safe, I will be content. Chu Qingqing smiled at Xueruohua. I'm so happy to find that he still cares about me. That's why I was glad when he asked Senior's sister about me. The girls were taken aback. They would never have imagined a cruel and cold demonic cultivator like Zhuofan would go through such pain and agony when Ninger woke up. He did not cling to her, but let her go for her own good. Chu Qingqing had made the same choice then as well. All for him. They all sensed that even by walking different paths, righteous and demonic, they were actually so similar. To them, the factions had no meaning, not when they knew each other completely. The girls instantly had the desire to play matchmaker. Yun Shuang and Yongning lowered their bashful heads, coming to see just how little they knew Zhuofan compared to Chu Qingqing. What right did they have to be with him? Xian Xiaoyu had long since been grinding his teeth in silence. The two had too many deep memories. It was impossible to make her forget about that bastard, so what was left to be said about his chances? I see. So that's why Edifice Lord Chu does not cling to him, because you trust him completely. Xie Tianshang sighed, but by the looks of it, he will always be conflicted. Which is more important, the demonic path or love? This will be his final trial. I only hope he will be able to overcome it quickly and get stronger with it. That way I can also follow my goal by following him forever. The girls raised an eyebrow. That's some bromance. Xie Tianshang noticed their quirky looks and was baffled. What, did I say something wrong? Outside of Mystical Heaven Sect's courtyard, in a remote corner, stood a tall man, Zhuofan. Ever since Xie Tianshang entered, he had been standing here for 6 hours. He only wanted to see him come out, proving that Chu Qingqing was alright. Whoosh! Someone flashed behind him and said in a familiar tone, spreading a strong scent of alcohol, "Ha ha ha, you just can't let her go, can you?" Zhuofan looked back to see the drunk Danqing Shen smiling at him. "Senior, how are you still here?" Zhuofan asked. Danqing Shen said, He, I told you, there's no place that can bar me on these lands. I can go wherever I want." "What, you have a problem with people coming from behind?" No, you can do what you wish." Zhuofan's face twitched. Danqing Shen gave him a long look, then snickered. "Why does love exist in this world? To teach people about the meaning of life? Kid, if you want that lass, just go get her. What's there to be conflicted about?" "Senior, please don't joke. You know as well that this isn't my path." Zhuofan sighed inside. Danqing Shen nodded. "Oh, quite true. That only means you're fickle. You had 2 girls and now you got a 3rd one. You don't deserve her. What about all those bachelors? Leave some for them." "Senior, don't joke. You know what I mean." Zhuofan's face twitched again, and he sighed. "I walk the demonic path, a dead road filled with cruelty and no emotions. How can I let emotions take me? If I do, it will harm me and especially her. So why bother? The past is a living testament to that." Danqing Shen gave him a long look, then said, "Then what are you standing around here for? Since you're dead inside, kill all emotions. Standing out here, spying on a girl's window is doing neither of you any good." "Senior is right, but after all that has happened, I just can't let go." Zhuofan sighed. I never owed anyone a favor, I have only had others owe me. The minute I owe someone, it would be very hard to pay it back. Danqing Shen grinned. He, a story. I just love stories. Come here and tell me. Maybe I can help you solve your troubles. Alright. It's my fortune to have seniors care. Zhuofan began narrating the 7 houses' conflicts, the esoteric debate, in every detail. Saving Ninger was my problem. She had nothing to do with it. In the end, she was forced to go to Mystical Heaven sect so I could save Ninger. I don't even know what kind of conditions she had to accept either. I just don't know when I will ever be able to return the favor. If I don't, then I will never know peace for as long as I live. Zhuofan shook his head. Danqing Shen turned serious as well. A strange girl indeed. To save your friend she trapped herself. Now I understand why you regarded Lu Xie's attack as if he attacked your friends. This is a heavy debt. The only way I can see it returned is if you give your heart and soul for her. Hey, senior, I'm a demonic cultivator here. Yeah, a dead and cruel path, yada yada. Danqing Shen said casually, then turned solemn. Kid, I may not be a demonic cultivator and don't understand your way, but all paths lead to the truth, the Tao. That, at least, I do know. Even on the emotionless and cruel path, you need to feel first before you can squash your emotions. How else can you remove something that wasn't there to begin with? Just like us righteous cultivators who pursue justice, where would justice be if not for evil? How would you know justice without understanding evil? Here's an example. That universal righteous sect, they just love preaching justice left and right, but how many do you think are aware of what that even means? Is justice fighting some demonic cultivators? That's not even breaking the surface. Zhuofan pondered, having noticed the wisdom but had yet to unravel its profound meaning. It seemed there was a thick shroud covering his sight, never lifting. Kid. Danqing Shen sighed. You have so many girls around you, yet only that lass is a bit special. I thought you were serious about her, but after hearing your story, I'm having second thoughts. Do you feel guilty about her, or is it really love? Zhuofan frowned and shook his head. I do not know. Ha, you're still naive. Danqing Shen shook his head. Then let this old man teach you. Close your eyes and recall that perfect moment of bliss and happiness. Zhuofan did so and relaxed, his mind at peace. Through the stream of memories, he only found 2 that fit the old man's question. I have 2 peaceful memories. One is in the Allbeast mountain range, with Ninger and Xie Tianyang. Ha, 3 people's happiness. Danqing Shen shook his head. But they are nothing more than your precious friends. That's not the one. There's no such thing as happiness between 3 people. One always finds himself a third wheel. Ha. Then there's the other, in a rundown house. How many? Danqing Shen asked too. Man? Woman? Woman. Who is she? Danqing Shen shouted. Now Zhuofan opened his eyes and his face grew grave. Danqing Shen laughed. That one is where your heart is. Whether or not it is this lass, only your heart knows. Ha. Danqing Shen was gone with that last laugh, leaving Zhuofan alone and sighing. What am I supposed to do? Chapter 654. Have been around. Chapter 654. Have been around. Proofreader, Papatonks. 3 days, that was how long Zhuofan was cooped up in his room, with one leg over the other, and not moving a muscle. He had been at this ever since he saw Xie Tianshang coming out of that courtyard, showing that the antidote was effective, and Chu Qingqing had recovered. Today was when the middle 3 sects stage began, yet he did not feel like inspecting his enemies, letting Fiend Yang take the disciples to watch the fight. Zhuofan frowned deeply. His mind was uncertain, filled with Danqing Shen's words. How did one remove love when it wasn't even there? This was one question he had never thought about. Maybe he had been on this lonely road of demonic cultivation for so long that he had gotten used to being alone and everything going his way. But heaven played a sick joke on him, bringing him back and tying him down again and again. He could no longer go back to just being a demonic cultivator. Was it heaven's way of taunting him, or maybe a trial? Maybe Yun Xuanji was right. This is my chance to restart my demonic path. It was just that this path was too foreign, that he did not know how to proceed. Unlike the breezy demonic path he trod in his previous life, he didn't know if this new path would bring him to the pinnacle of Tao. Just what am I to do? Demonic cultivation emphasized a dead heart. Once emotions sprouted, they would drag him back. But how was one supposed to remove them when one had yet to experience them? This is so messed up. If one took those emotions to train in the demonic path, would these emotions remain pure? Could they be called the feelings one had at first? They were nothing more than a means to an end, but if one fell to emotion, how could one just up and cut them off? If they could be removed so easily, why then still call it true love? Holy shit! If I see it as a trial, that means no path is the right one. Zhuofan facepalmed, hesitating if he should insist on going down this road. Better go with the flow and trust where my heart takes me. If it were so, would he ever return to his demonic path? I'm only getting further and further away. Feeling powerless, Zhuofan just did not know what to do. He had been in his man cave for these 3 days, struggling with his greatest problem, yet it just goes to show my previous path was too plain. Zhuofan, another dark horse, showed up. I don't think we'll even get to pass the middle 3 sects fight now. A shout came from outside the courtyard. Zhuofan rolled his eyes at Fiend Yang's distraught voice, turning over and resuming his conflicting thoughts. Bam! He was in for a rude awakening, as Fiend Yang just would not let him, smashing the door open, rushing over, and shaking every bone in his body. Damn brat, don't you know anything besides sleeping? You'll get all the sleep you want when you're dead. We have more important things to worry about right now. What's the hurry? Aren't we challenging the middle 3 sects tomorrow? Just leave it. Leave your ass. Zhuofan's lazy attitude ticked Fiend Yang off. Damn brat, you did not come to see the middle 3 sects stage. Do you know how it ended? Don't wanna. Why you? Fiend Yang's face twitched in rage. He worked hard to keep it bottled up and prevent it from leaking into his voice. You wouldn't be so relaxed if you had seen what happened at the middle 3 sect stage. I bet you'd freak out more than me. Sword God sect is a freak of nature. All 10 of its disciples are in the ethereal stage, even your old friend. Zhuofan recalled his old friend, then nodded. Oh, right. I never paid him much attention when he came. But now that you mention it, his aura did place him in the ethereal stage. He's always been a martial fanatic, a genius cultivator, but for him to enter the ethereal stage so fast is beyond my expectations. The middle 3 sects sure are rich. Well, congrats to him. Congrats your sister. You still have the free time to care about someone else? He is our greatest threat. Fiend Yang was itching to smack some sense into this sloppy Zhuofan, but he reined it in. Dude, you're our leader. Can't you show some interest? Sword God sect's lineup is as strong as a superior 3 sects. Do you know how they fared in the matches? They won all of them, both singles and teams. Demon Soul sect and Heaven Trailing sect haven't won once. Zhuofan looked at him curiously. That amazing? Yes, that amazing. Fiend Yang sighed. Sword God sect has always been the top middle 3 sects, but the other 2 sects weren't this far behind. Even with the superior 3 sects' dominance over the middle 3 sects, none of the superior 3 sects could guarantee such a complete victory. Fiend Yang's worry grew as he sighed. And then there's that gentle sword. He showed great power, but I am sure he didn't go all out. The entire Sword God sect came prepared, then they even gave us taunting looks. They clearly aren't afraid of us, or more particularly you. They must have something ready for you. That's what worries me the most. Oh, then we should be more careful. Zhuofan nodded, finally getting serious. I'll just have to use my foolproof strategy to make losing impossible. Fiend Yang lit up. You have such a thing? Tell me. We don't fight them. We can't lose if we don't fight. Zhuofan grinned, or we'll just have to settle being a middle three sect. Fiend Yang's face twitched, and his eyes were burning with a newfound rage he could no longer contain. Zhuofan, is that how you don't lose? Shit. Who was it that said we'll challenge the superior three sects? It was you who proclaimed such great design. But now that you met the Sword God sect blocking your path, you shy away? You're nothing more than. With an unbridled yawn, Zhuofan walked away as Fiend Yang was in the middle of his rant. He had more pressing things to worry about, like his inner conflict. Other stuff was just extra. He cared even less about some good of the sect motto. Getting them in the middle three sects was enough to fulfill his end of the bargain with Xiewiwe superior three sects? Ha ha ha, that's your problem. Fiend Yang felt powerless at Zhuofan's disinterest. This young master is so damn stubborn, only doing things based on his mood. If he were in good spirits, he'd be arrogant and fight everything under the sky. If he were in the dumps, he would rather sit back. What a pain in the ass, and there's no way to deal with him. Steward Zhuo, venerable, people from the Heaven Trailing sect have come to see you. Kuei Lang shouted as he entered. Looking at Fiend Yang's red face and Zhuofan's laid-back attitude, he knew what had happened. So he bowed and declared. Fiend Yang glanced at Zhuofan. We've been here for so long already and haven't paid each other any visits. So why is it today they come to us? Punk, this isn't over. We'll talk when I get back. Fiend Yang slammed his hand hard on Zhuofan's shoulder and left in a huff. Zhuofan had a faint smile on his face. Kuei Lang did not disturb him and closed the door behind him. Zhuofan then recalled something and shouted, Hey Kuei Lang, come back. I want to ask you something. Steward Zhuo, is there anything you need? Kuei Lang bowed. Zhuofan waved his hand, turning dead serious. Kuei Lang, you and your one must have a deep love for each other, right? Why else would you forfeit knowing it could kill you? She keeps me at peace. She chases my fears. Alright, I got it. You don't need to mention it. Kuei Lang looked at the sky sorrowfully, but Zhuofan cut him off right as he started. I just wanted to ask. You know demonic cultivation is emotionless, so why do you do this for? Kuei Lang gave him a long look then sighed. Steward Zhuo, I know the sect has a rule not to fraternize. But love is like a torrent, sweeping anything in its path. I have been around and understand this better than most. Both its sweet and bitter sides with all in between. All I can say is that I have no regrets. Even when I got cast down to being a laborer. You misunderstood me. This isn't about the sect's rules. I'm talking about the demonic path. Now that you've known love so much, it's hard to progress. Why did you dive in without hesitating? Kuei Lang had a strange look. Steward Zhuo, I may be a disciple on the demonic path, but I haven't once thought about it. I only followed what others did and did not break the sect's rules. That is all. When I got close to her, I wasn't thinking about anything, just that we might be exposed and suffer for it. Zhuofan paused for a moment and nodded. An ordinary cultivator like Kuei Lang was still at the start of the demonic path and probably would never traverse it to reach the Tao. So he didn't consider things too much. Zhuofan shook his head, feeling foolish. What was I thinking asking him? He doesn't know the difference between a path and a demon. All he does is follow the herd. Because of this, Zhuofan admired him. Faced with simple-minded choices, one did not have regrets. You can go. I need some peace and quiet. Zhuofan shooed him. Kuei Lang nodded and bowed before leaving. But just as he was at the door, he said, Steward Zhuo, I don't know if it's my place to say this. My insight into the demonic path is way shallower than yours and Elder Yuan's, but there is one area I know for certain. I chose the demonic path over the righteous because of their many restrictions. While I do not know what is on your mind, I get the feeling you are also restricted by yourself. Why must you do so? I have been around, and when it comes to emotions or love, I won't hesitate. Why do you suddenly sound so wise? Fan shook, and a realization struck him as he gaped at him. Kuei Lang scratched his head. I can never be wiser than Steward Zhua, that I know. All I can say is that I know about feelings, ha ha ha. Chapter 655. Contradiction. Chapter 655. Contradiction. Proofreader, Papatongs. Freedom of action stood at the base of the demonic path, but one could feel restricted by walking down this path. Oh, such a contradiction. Fan started, returning to the old unanswered problem plaguing his mind. Damn that Rint Song. How dare he look down on me, like it's beneath him to talk to me. This is bullshit. Just when Fan was finally alone with his thoughts, a loud voice complaining sounded. A bang followed, and the door was slammed open again. Fiend Yang stomped inside and saw Fan. You, the Heaven Trailing Sect is asking for you. Go see them. Me? What for? Fan raised an eyebrow. You're a great venerable, aren't you? You're not enough? Of course I am, but those sons of she-dogs have holes for eyes. Fiend Yang grumbled, then sighed. But they want to meet you specifically, so you must go. They are the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sections. We have to show our respect. Fan rolled his eyes and went. Fiend Yang led the way to the front of the courtyard. 4 stood inside, looking around while Gui Hu and the others accompanied them. Your place sure is tiny, but what can you expect from a lower 3 sect? Ha ha ha. A young master in silken robes fanned himself as he laughed. The 2 youths in green around him laughed as well, looking at Gui Hu with derision. The grizzled old man said nothing. Gui Hu was angry, but the 2 fiends left here stopped him and the other disciples from shouting. Fan saw this and asked Fiend Yang, is Heaven Trailing Sect here to look for trouble? Quite the tone they have. I'm not sure. However, there hasn't been any issue between our sections. Just go there, and you'll know. Fiend Yang rolled his eyes. The 2 approached Gui, whose side bowed before Steward Zhua and stood aside. The 4 instantly set their eyes on him. The young master snapped his fan closed and barked. So you're the dark horse of the lower 3 sects? I saw you when your sect fought with Mystical Heaven Sect. But why did you not participate? I am not sure how tough you are, but you sure know how to be cocky. You know I'm cocky, yet you come at me with that attitude? Are you itching to be pummeled? Fan rolled his eyes. That makes 2 of us. Why have you all come here? And for me in particular? Ha ha ha, we heard you're running rampant and that the sect cherishes you. The venerables must have exaggerated, so we came to see the truth. The young master showed a nasty smile filled with contempt. Fan's eyelid twitched. Now he got the gist of what they wanted. They came for a fight. A puny middle 3 sect wants to waste my time? Huh. The young master took Fan's silence for fear and grew more courageous. Ha ha ha, now don't be so nervous. I came with good intentions. I presume you also saw the middle 3 sects stage today, and should already know what to do. I only came here thinking you have been complacent and thought of reminding you how things stand. Demon scheming sect's disciples knew where he was going with this, and their faces fell. Only Fan played the fool, sporting the same baffled look. How was the result in today's stage anyway? Please tell me. Fan smiled. The young master's face twitched and turned dark. He glared. Are you mocking us when you already know? Humph, we may have had poor results this time in double dragon gatherings, ending up last in the middle 3 sect stage, but nothing a puny and insignificant lower 3 sect could ever compare to. Oh, so you're the runt. Afraid you might end up kicked further down, you came to beg for mercy, is that it? Fan snickered. Ha ha ha, what a good little doggy, wag your tail for master. But you're missing the right attitude when begging. You'll never get any attention if you keep barking and snarling. Bastard! 2 shouts sounded in unison, one from the young master and the other from the elder who. Pressure had come at Fan. The elder was furious and shot a palm attack toward his head. Fan only squinted, standing his ground like a statue and awaiting this reckless old fool's death. Humph, you've gone senile if you think you can beat me in the 5th layer ethereal stage. Bam! The old man's attack never reached Zhuofan. As Fiend Yang blocked the palm, they both staggered 5 steps back before stopping. The old man glared at Fiend Yang, who hurriedly waved his hands. Ha ha ha, Elder Qi, Zhuofan hasn't been at the fights today. He doesn't know your sect's situation. He wasn't trying to offend your great sect with his ignorance. Please forgive him. Ignorant? Then what did he mean by his last words? What dog? Elder Qi grunted, Put on the spot. Fiend Yang chuckled. Zhuofan had the same stoic face as he said, Then why have you come here? We came to warn you to know your place and don't participate in the challenge stage. Just stand aside and watch before you humiliate yourself. The young master mocked Zhuofan. Zhuofan sneered, Isn't that the same thing? Why would you bother coming here to run your mouths if you aren't scared of us? That only means you're scared. If that is the case, try to at least act like it. Stop with the tough act. I ain't buying it. Why you? The young master was burning with rage and shot his 2 green friends a signal. The 2 nodded and went for Qi Changlong, Bai Lian, and Lu Xie, the strongest disciples. The trio was on guard, knowing they couldn't be careless against these 2, having the same cultivation as them, 3rd layer ethereal stage. But then the 2 vanished and appeared behind them with a palm attack. Bang! 3 explosions sounded, and Qi Changlong, with the other 2, was sent flying, bleeding from their mouths. As for the 2 in green, they were back in their spots. Zhuofan's heart tensed. A combined attack again? Humph, let this be a warning to you. If you dare meet us on stage, I won't care if we're sects from the same empire. We'll slaughter you. The youth flicked his hand, and he left with his friends in green and elder. Qi Changlong and the others barely got to their feet, their eyes filled with hatred. Zhuofan calmed down and said, Will you let them have it? We'll give them shit. Why the hell would we do what they want anyway? We'll be the middle 3 sect when we throw them back. Fiend Yang snorted. Zhuofan, remember this well. That cocky kid is Ren Kong. He is sect leader Ren's son. You can teach him any lesson you want except killing him. As for the rest, you decide. But those 2 in green are Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin. They train in the mountain and forest shadow. Their location isn't constant, and they are hard to avoid. They almost scored 2 wins from Sword God sect in today's battles. But they met with Gentle Sword Wen Tao. If not, just by score alone, they would have Demon Soul sect beaten and in 2nd place, since Demon Soul sect only had 1 point over them. Thank you, Demon Soul sect, for bringing him to me. See how I'll kick them out of the middle 3 sections. Zhuofan snickered and turned to the rest. Tomorrow we'll be fighting together. Roar! The others cheered. After taking a round off of fighting, Steward Zhuo was back in action. Hump, cocky brat of Heaven Trailing sect, your days are numbered. Meanwhile, Ren Tsong and the other 3 looked smug about their success. Elder Qi, the kid isn't much after all. You went to attack, yet he just stood still like a moron. Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin attacked those disciples, and he still didn't help. Our fears were unfounded, ha ha ha. The 4 came to the demon scheming sect to warn them and test the waters. They hadn't seen Zhuofan fight, and came to probe him. A shame their testing not only ended up fruitless but even managed to yank the enemy's chain into biting them back harder. They failed because of their stupidity. But the biggest irony was they were oblivious of it. Chapter 656, Shen. Chapter 656, Shen. Proofreader, Papatongs. But they say that Zhuofan obliterated beast-taming sect's disciples with 1 fist, even the elder. It can't be that he could not even react to my palm attack. Elder Qi found it suspicious. Ren Tsong saw it too but waved off his suspicions. Ha ha ha, no need to think too hard about him, Elder Qi. Zhuofan is only at the 3rd layer radiant stage. How strong can he be? The rumors must be exaggerated. Why else would he suddenly sit out when every sect was there to see him? I bet he was scaring the middle three sects' disciples into surrendering when it came to fighting him. Only petty people resort to petty trick. As for beast-taming sect's elder's death, Exalted Double Dragons already announced he broke the rules for attacking the guests and was executed by Exalted Hayran. It had nothing to do with that punk. I bet it's just another rumor he instigated to scare others. But not me, yours truly won't fall for it, ha ha ha. Elder Chi regarded Ren Song and nodded in the end. Young master is wise. I must have gotten too old to fall for a kid's trick. The new is replacing the old, ha ha ha. Ren Song was extra full of himself, looking at the two youths. Song Shan, Song Lin, in tomorrow's fights, if the others bought it, make sure you kill Zhuofan at once to break their spirit and show everyone what a liar he is. Leave the rest for after, alright? Understood, young master. The two nodded. Ren Song's smile grew wider. Tomorrow, everyone would see how they fell for the kid's inflated lies. Only I, Ren Song, from Heaven Trailing Sect, saw the truth. Since strength can't beat him, I'll use intelligence, hee hee. On the morning of the second day, the arena was packed. Even though it was the middle three sects challenge stage, the superior three sects also showed up. Only this time, they were curious about two people. One was the darkest horse of all times, hailing from Demon Scheming Sect, Zhuofan. The other was one who they paid even more attention to, since not just him but his entire sect was the strongest among the middle three sects, Gentle Sword Wen Tao from Sword God Sect, ha ha ha. The ever-dauntless superior three sects for thousands of years are now stirred. But the one to climb isn't Demon Scheming Sect, but Sword God Sect. I wonder who is going to take the fall. Wu Qingqiu chuckled, watching the flood of people coming in. Yen Mo was there too. What's the point in asking? The most likely sect to drop is the Universal Righteous Sect. That's what it gets for always being last. Are you so sure it's going to be last this time too? Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. Yen Mo nodded without delay. Of course, it has always been like this. The number one spot among the superior three sects was always fought between us two sects, while the Universal Righteous Sect was just the wheel. I don't mind if they were last, or even if we are last. I just hope that guy gets to fight with me already. That's all I wanted. One can never find peace unless he fights one's destined rival. Yilin was bored to death, looking for his target from the audience. Yen Mo asked, "Hey, I feel like sparring with you." "You?" Yilin mocked, "No point now, Shu." "You," Yen Mo choked, and Wu Qingqiu laughed. Whoosh. The judge once more made his appearance on stage, bowing before the empty air. "Welcome, Exalted. Welcome, Exalted." The rest of the people bowed as well. Exalted Double Dragons appeared in their seats of honor and gestured for them to be seated. Exalted Hayran spoke, "Begin. Middle three sects and lower three sects, enter the arena." The judge shouted. Sword God Sect, Demon Soul Sect, and Heaven Trailing Sect walked into view. After them came Mystical Heaven Sect and Demon Scheming Sect. Seeing Zhuofan in his team's lead, he did not look like he would be sitting back this time. The people lit up, knowing he would be fighting Yen Mo, Wu Qingqiu, and the others were excited as well. Wu Qingqiu really wanted to know what this kid could do to earn his freaky junior brother's high evaluation. Wen Tao grinned at Zhuofan, filled with fighting spirit. "Zhuofan, your reputation precedes you. We'll finally get a glimpse at your skills. I wonder if you'll live up to your name. Fight me and you'll see." Zhuofan rolled his eyes when Tao paused, then nodded. "I'll be waiting." Han Yunfeng stared at Zhuofan, then finally said, "Well met, Zhuofan. I am Demon Soul Sect's eldest young Mosh. Big young Han." Zhuofan cut him off, earning a few snickers from Demon Scheming Sect and Demon Soul Sect. Smiley face, play on the words big equals eldest. Han Yunfeng coughed and said, "I am Han Yunfeng. Because of my father's harsh teachings, he only gave us 3 brothers' names after age 5, depending on our strength. Only the strongest earned his name, while the rest didn't have one. That is why only I have one. They are the second son and third son." Oh, your dad sure is cruel. That's a demonic sect leader for you. Zhuofan nodded, then a question nagged at him: if the sect leader is cruel to such a degree, does he not feel any love for his sons? Ugh, the demonic path is filled with mysteries. Han Yunfeng said, I planned to fight you in the Double Dragon gathering, but I reconsidered. It's unwise to do something you already know you'll fail. So despite some regrets, if you want to challenge us, Demon Soul Sect will have to refuse your invitation. Zhuofan's brow shook, giving him another look of admiration. The kid knows when to call it quits, like a true man of ambition does. And he is a sect leader's son too. Quite unlike a certain someone. Zhuofan's eyes drifted to Rensong, who had a constant sneer on his face. Fool, he has you believing a lie. You're still falling for his bluff? Zhuofan shook his head, scratched his nose, and gave him a moment of silence in tribute. Exalted double dragons saw Zhuofan on the scene, and were startled. They shared a glance and nodded. They were under the impression Zhuofan was too strong this early in the competition, but after watching the middle three sects stage, they realized the disciples this time were anything but weak without Zhuofan's help. Demon Scheming Sect would have nothing to fight with today, effectively going against their fair judging of the sect's potential. Therefore, they allowed Zhuofan to fight. Zhuofan glanced up and noticed their faint nod, knowing he was free to let loose. He was on a roll. In the lower three sects singles, the Mystical Heaven Sect won. In the team matches, the Demon Scheming Sect won. By the Double Dragon Gatherings rules, Mystical Heaven Sect can take the initiative to challenge another sect only in the single matches, while Demon Scheming Sect can only challenge other sects in the team battles. Sects, who will you challenge? The judge turned to the team's elder. Yun bowed. My Mystical Heaven Sect has always been under the Heaven Trailing Sect's guidance. And while we had the fortune to take first place in this time's lower three sects stage, we only wish to hold our position and not offend any middle three sect. Mystical Heaven Sect refuses to make a challenge. Bootlicker. Everyone there felt like retching at this slick old man's words. He's kissing ass at his age? Has he no shame? What Heaven Trailing Sect guiding you? You're just its dog. The girls blushed in shame under the contempt of the crowd. They looked at Elder Yun filled with resentment. We're still a sect. So why must we sell our dignity and become someone else's lapdog? Only Ren Song felt like he got even more full of himself, nodding like it was natural. Zhuofan found Elder Yun's action admirable. He has no damn ounce of shame, just like me back in the day. Since he turned the loss into a win, Zhuofan had noticed Elder Yun's patience and scheming mind playing the innocent while the play was in disfavor, then striking when the moment was right. He might look like he was ingratiating and shaming himself, but he was, in fact, the Heaven Trailing Sect's most dangerous servant. When the master lost its focus on this dog, the dog would definitely go for the master's throat. That's the definition of flexible. The judge turned to Demon Scheming Sect. Zhuofan stepped out before Fiend Yang could speak. Fight, of course. While the Mystical Heaven Sect could only submit, the Demon Scheming Sect had gone beyond this level, ready to kick these rampant middle sects off their throne and take the crown for ruling Tianyu's three guardian sects for itself. Chapter 657, Mountain and Forest Shadow. Chapter 657, Mountain and Forest Shadow. Proofreader, Papatongs. Zhuofan's determined voice echoed in the ears of everyone in the arena, filling them with excitement and expectations. Especially the nation's representatives. The 9 sects in the Western lands had been stuck in their respective rankings for thousands of years. It all became foggy. When exactly was the last time an underdog tried punching above its status? Now, they were witnessing history in the making. Everyone was thrilled and eager for a good show. The teams from every sect had known this was coming and were watching in anticipation. Only Ren Song's face fell, glaring at Zhuofan like he was an abomination on this earth. A tiny demon scheming sect like you dares to challenge your superiors? Humph, you're going to pay for it. Mark my words. Turning to Tsong Shan and Tsong Lin, Ren Song nodded and gave them the signal. In all honesty, they were shaken by the demon scheming sex team for a good reason. With 6 in the ethereal stage, their side only had himself and the twins, in other words, besides him, in the second layer ethereal stage, and the brothers in the third layer ethereal stage. The other 7 disciples in the radiant stage could hardly pose a challenge. They were the only 3 who could put up a fight and score a win. So why was it that even though Demon Soul Sect had only Han Yunfeng and the second young Master Han as their sole 2 ethereal stage experts, they were still above them in rank? It was their overall strength that made all the difference. The hope of keeping their name rested entirely on Song Shan and Song Lin. Dealing with 6 ethereal stage experts as such, striking first and hard to cripple the enemy's morale, was a tested tactic through the ages. That Song brothers' eyes flickered coldly, fixing Zhuofan in their sights. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow. His thoughts were mocking them. It's obvious that their target is me. He shook his head and sighed. Ignorance sure is bliss. Since the demon scheming sect has decided to challenge, please enter the Sumeru dimension. First will be lower 3 sect demon scheming sect versus middle 3 sect heaven trailing sect in a team battle. Smiley face. Sumeru is the center of all Buddhist cosmology's physical, metaphysical, and spiritual universes. The judge shouted at the crowd. Then 2 familiar figures appeared on the stage. They were none other than the elders posing as gatekeepers of Double Dragon Manor. Their hands worked through the gestures quickly, and with a bang they shot their hands forth. The space in front rippled like a curtain about to be lifted. As the ripples took form, the 2 elders grabbed what looked like seams and pulled with all their strength until the veins on their arms bulged outward. Creak. The space was split apart with a heavy sound to reveal a new world. The view presented a magnificent valley with a tall and imposing mountain behind it, covered in a lush and beautiful forest. This world's limits were so vast that one could not even see the edges. Such a considerable expanse could easily accommodate a battle against armies in the hundreds of thousands, not just a measly 20 people. Turning back to the audience, the judge said, "The disciples of the 2 sects are to enter. You are free to fight to your heart's content." Zhuofan nodded and was the first to walk forward, but someone gave a taunting snort just before he entered the barrier. "Haha, what a grand world. I bet this will be your first time seeing it since you've never had a team battle. But don't even think about hiding in this vast world. We've been here so many times. We know it better than you." Ren Song snickered at Zhuofan. Zhuofan mocked, "You took the words right out of my mouth. Not like if you hide it will change anything. It will just be taking a little more time. Come to think of it, I can't remember the last time I played cat and mouse. I should relish the moment, ha ha ha. We'll see who plays with who here." Ren Song just had to have the last word, but those who knew Zhuofan's real strength looked at him like he was an idiot. "I say, I don't think I've ever seen anyone so quick and excited to die. Life must be tough for him." Zhuofan shook his head with a mocking smile as he entered the world. His team snickered and followed right after. Ren Song gave the Song twins a signal, and the 2 nodded. They shot into the barrier, soon followed by the rest of their team. Soon, everyone entered the fray, leaving behind a faded image from inside to let the audience know how it progressed. Whoosh. Zhuofan was the first to appear in a small valley, with demon scheming sect's disciples behind him. Gawking, the spiritual energy in this valley was thick, tens of times better than in Double Dragon Manor. Cultivating here was paradise. Double Dragon Manor is the strongest sect in Western lands to have such a great place. However, Zhuofan raised an eyebrow as he looked around in curiosity. The spiritual energy is too thick. There's no way a simple spiritual gathering array can do this. It seems there are world crystals here. Maybe. Zhuofan's brow furrowed. In a dark corner of this world, Danqing Shen's eyes stared over with a flickering gaze. Whoosh. Suddenly, as the demon scheming sect team was stunned by the world around them, 2 familiar men appeared in front. They were Song Shan and Song Lin, but they did just keep on coming at Zhuofan, who just cocked an eyebrow. They did not attack. Passing through him and coming before the 6 ethereal stage experts, Mountain and Forest Shadow, the Mountain. Song Shan growled, smiley face, Shan equals lit. Mountain. As he finished, his body glowed in an earthly yellow light, his strength surging so much at the same time it felt like he was pushing the heavens aside. The others squinted and cried, hurried to fight back the twin attackers in the form of a combined palm. In an instant, the 6 ethereal stage experts' powerful palm attack rolled at the twins like a huge boulder. Song Lin's eyes flashed, and he made a sign. Mountain and Forest Shadow, the Forest. Smiley face, Lin equals lit. Forest. A green image formed, draping over the two like a curtain, starting with a green glow spreading around just in time to welcome the 6th attack, but instead of pushing through the green image, it only grew weaker as the curtain wiggled and swiveled, nullifying the attack's momentum. Then, with a bounce, it kicked back the 6 palm strikes at the attackers at the same time. The lofty yellow power also fused with it in an instant. A prismatic attack of incredible power came for the 6 people. They were caught off guard by the attack and scattered around like bowling pins, up to 100 meters away. Eyes squinting, the 6 could hardly believe what had happened. They were astounded how 2 ethereal stage experts could push back 6 others while it looked like each side was taking their time and moving to strike just now. It all happened in the blink of an eye. In other words, in just one move, the 6 were defeated by 2 people with the same cultivation as 3 of theirs. Even the audience outside was shocked by this development. The combined attacks of the twins were indeed impressive. They were at an advantage against 6 enemies. Only Sword God Sect and Demon Soul Sect, who fought them, understood how deadly the duo was. No way your average ethereal stage expert could fight them. They could fight as many as 10 opponents. In other words, while in singles they could get 4 points at most, their full potential had no limit in a team battle. 4 Demon Scheming Sect to challenge Heaven Trailing Sect to a team battle was entering their domain. Mountain and Forest's Shadow combines reality with illusion, switching between force and flexibility. It is as strong as a relentless assault, crushing anything in its path, and as flexible as a raging torrent blowing them away. The two make a truly rare team. Looking at the screen, Wen Tao squinted and smiled. When we fought the duo, we also seemed to have taken a long time to win. Tianshang, how long do you think it will take your old friend to beat them? Wen Tao asked Xie Tianshang, who turned pensive for a moment before he shook his head. Zhuofan is a monster, exceptionally gifted and advancing at unimaginable speeds. I haven't seen him in years, so I cannot tell how strong he has become. 15 minutes at most. The voice startled Wen Tao. Looking over, he saw Demon Soul Sect's Han Yunfeng with his eyebrows raised. Wen Tao chuckled. Brother, would you be kind enough to share what you know? It's not anything of real value anyway. We have fought Zhuofan and the Tsong twins before. And even though we lost in both cases, we knew who was the true master among them. Han Yunfeng took a deep breath. Song Shan and Song Lin used at least 90% of their power when they fought us, while Zhuofan less than a third, maybe just a fifth. Every move of his was casual yet unbelievably intricate. If we were to compare, the twins would be a lake while Zhuofan the sea. We cannot imagine anyone among the disciples here who can make him go all out. Oh, then I'll make sure to watch closely. If I'm not mistaken, Song Shan and Song Lin's attack on the 6 ethereal stage experts is a feint while their real target is him. What this brother said is true. Wen Tao's eyes shone like he knew everything, and sure enough, after the 6 were blown away, the twins turned around and went for Zhuofan. Chapter 658, Pulverized. Chapter 658, Pulverized. Proofreader, Papatongs. Oh-ho, so they're after me, is it? They wanted first to take care of the pesky flies before they came for me, ha ha ha. Despite the two coming at him with murder in their eyes, Zhuofan replied to their savage glares with a faint smile. For the audience, It was the moment they had all been waiting for when Tao and Han Yunfeng were also eager to see how Zhuo Fan would put the tough and flexible twins in their place. Whoosh. Darting around a few times, the two closed in on Zhuo Fan as their hands weaved gestures, mountain and forest's shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom! With Song Shan's shout, a yellow light shot straight for Zhuo Fan like a raging bull. Such destructive power was enough to pulverize even the body of an ethereal stage expert. Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest. As green light pervaded and rippled forward, Song Lin's eyes flashed, his hands making signs as he followed his brother to strike down Zhuo Fan when Tao's brow shook. The two sure are paranoid about being so cautious around Zhuo Fan. They're using a different attack than they used on the sixth. When dealing with the six ethereal stage experts, Song Shan used power to shake the sixth attack's momentum, while Song Lin used time to store up the attack, as we saw. So the six palm attacks were all guided under the green ripples, turned back at the attackers. So in truth, the six did not lose to the two's power but their own. Han Yunfeng nodded, but this time they switched tactics. Song Shan became more forceful, like an earthquake, while Song Lin forewent deflecting attacks for dispersion. If Zhuo Fan came at them with force, his attack would be useless, being redirected away from them. This combination is truly a great blend of power and flexibility, covering attack and defense. When Tao smiled and nodded, it truly is a pesky little tactic, but do you know why they decided on using it? Fear. Since storing power has its limits, having not seen Zhuo Fan's attack, they at least heard of it. So if the power was truly that overwhelming, Song Lin had no way to contain it, leaving them crushed. To make sure that didn't happen, he chose to deflect. Han Yunfeng analyzed when Tao sneered and nodded. Right you are. No matter how amazing their skills are, even they pale against relentless force. It depends on Zhuo Fan's punch and how strong it is. Will he withstand Song Shan's brutal attack after Song Lin's deflection? By the way, you've seen Zhuo Fan's punch, so what do you think of it? See for yourself. The Han brothers returned to the screen, stingy. When Tao shrugged and kept watching the events unfolding, Song Shan and Song Lin were right in Zhuo Fan's face. The mighty yellow power was seconds away from blasting him, yet Zhuo Fan wasn't doing anything, just standing there. The audience was at the edge of their seats for what was about to happen to Zhuo Fan. Will the legend of the darkest horse in history fizzle out here and now? The Song twins sneered. I knew it, the punk was nothing but talk all along. He's nothing. We are almost upon him, about to rob his life, yet he doesn't do anything. This proves the rumors were exaggerated. He's either scared to death or can't even react. He's no expert. What expert would just let himself be pushed in a corner anyway? While the two were giggling to themselves for having this in the bag, a soft buzzing came, and the two's scalps tingled for some odd reason. The earth started disintegrating 100 meters around Zhuo Fan from the high-frequency vibrations. Song Shan's yellow attack was just about to strike a pity disintegrated the next moment into nothing. At the same time, Song Lin's green light curtain started sporting black lines, running through it like a spiderweb. Before it collapsed, the two's eyes shook, and their hearts fell. They jumped back at once, looking at the still unmoving Zhuo Fan in shock and awe. They watched as the rest of their attacks crumbled before their eyes. Even before they got out of the 100-meter range, it had vanished. Moreover, two wails of pain pierced the skies as, in that instant, their attacks fell through. They were also just one moment too late to clear the area. One hand from each of them was chipped away at high speeds before they also vanished. All that was left behind was blood dripping from the stumps, a testament to the vibration's power. Oh, what the hell was that? SSS. Watching how everything in 100 meters of Zhuo Fan was pulverized, the audience gasped at the spectacle. When Tao and company were even bug-eyed, even exalted Double Dragon's eyes twitched in amazement. Just what is this astonishing martial art? It is beyond belief. Zhuofan's right eye flashed with 4 golden halos, and his mouth perked into a condescending smile. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Absolute Domain, Space Crusher. The twins looked at each other, and their gazes hardened. Zhuofan had been keeping to himself to a ridiculous degree. Who the hell is he? It's not just about strength. Just how the hell does he know such baffling skills? Glossing over their obvious shock, Zhuofan closed one eye and stopped the attack. His mouth traced a wide, bright smile as he jumped straight for the two. The twins thought about running away. Zhuofan's left hand turned into a dragon claw as it pursued Song Lin, while his right eye flashed golden twice with void annihilation, aiming for Song Shan. Song Lin felt a chill down his spine. He's not just what the rumors painted him, but far more terrifying. They had no chance whatsoever, though it was a bit late for regrets. They could only choke on it since they bit more than they could chew. Helpless, Song Lin had no other choice than to fight, shouting, "Mountain and forest shadow, the spreading forest." Another ripple traveled from Song Lin with a green hue. Wraith Styles' second move, Ghostly Dragon Claw. Zhuofan snickered and went straight for it with a grab. However, Ghostly Dragon Claw's power faded just as the ripple grew unstable. How amusing! Zhuofan smiled and let purple lightning flicker through the claw. As the purple lightning passed, the already strong claw gained an edge crash. With a huge bang, the green light around Song Lin's body was decimated, along with Song Lin's frail body. Blood splattered everywhere, gore squelching as it touched the ground. Zhuofan's claw had turned a human being in a shower of blood and giblets. Ah! The audience gasped and cried. Yi Lin's eyes squinted, piqued by the appearance of purple lightning. I was right, after all. That's... Zhuofan stepped again with one down and closed in on Song Shan. Watching his brother reduced to fertilizer, Song Shan was scared out of his mind. But even if he ran, could he escape the likes of Zhuofan? Seeing Zhuofan upon him, he could only stake it all. Mountain and forest shadow, the crushing mountain. Boom! He pushed out both his palms as he shouted. With a loud rumble, the yellow power rolled forward, like a 1,000-meter-tall mountain, straight for Zhuofan. Such a blow would render anyone's body to a pulp. A shame he wasn't dealing with just anyone in the face of Zhuofan and his soaring Qilin arm, famed through the world for its unmatched strength. He might as well be attacking with a toothpick. Zhuofan's mouth split into a nasty grin. His right hand flashed as he punched. Boom! The earth-shaking sound came from Zhuofan's sacred arm striking the yellow power the same way towering waves fell upon a sand castle. It crushed it to harmless motes of light. What came next was a relentless gale that ripped at Song Shan's body. His figure was gone and replaced with a red cloud, raining down thick crimson droplets into red rivulets. It was clear to all this was the miserable ending. Chapter 659, Rain Check. Chapter 659, Rain Check. Proofreader, Papatonks. The once excited audience gawked. With how many of them were seeing Zhuofan's handiwork for the first time, they were still reeling over how such a monster existed. His power was out of this world. Everyone bore testament to the twins' strength last time. They were no less than the level of the superior 3-sex disciples that proved to be a thorn in many of the middle 3-sex disciples' sides. Yet these brave and bright geniuses were squashed to nothing at Zhuofan's hands with the lightest of actions, and in the most horrendous way possible. Zhuofan's display had everyone shaking in their seats. Even those that witnessed Zhuofan's punch were still unnerved. That strike was unintended and random, while in this fight, the strikes were done with purpose and resolve. The constant show of baffling martial arts had left the people thrilled. Every time I see him, it feels like he's a new man, a new abomination. It puts all my effort into cultivation over the years to shame. Even if I were to fight him, I still can't beat him. Xie Tianshang shook his head and sighed when Tao's face twitched. Tianshang, what the hell had your friend been eating to end up like this? He's inhuman. And you, Han Yunfeng, didn't you say he's going to take 15 minutes against the twins? He barely took a second. How should I know? Han Yunfeng rolled his eyes, I told you he's terrifying. I bet the last punch wasn't even his all. I just can't imagine where all his strength ends. How could a freak like him be allowed in the Double Dragon gathering anyway? How are we supposed to compete with that? Wen Tao eyed him and gave a firm nod of approval. Then his face fell as he spoke bitterly, for crying out loud. I had confidence that many of my plans to deal with the demon scheming sect would work. But how the hell will any of them work when they have such a freak? Humph, ignorance is bliss. That so-called confidence was nothing but blind faith. Han Yunfeng mocked when Tao glared, then sighed others had it worse. Heaven Trailing Sect's elder thought the challenge match with Demon Scheming Sect would still go to them. Now though, victory was the last thing on his mind. His team was going to be slaughtered. That valley was a hellscape, fraught with one certain and imminent danger that would pull everyone in, Zhuofan, and to make matters worse, their leader Ren Tsong is completely oblivious to it. And that was the truth of it. In that world, Ren Tsong had warned the twins to go for Zhuofan from the start rather than picking up the leftovers from Demon Scheming Sect. However, the fight was already over. This mighty young Master Ren and the other disciple had not received any message either, a testament to how brief the fight was. Elder Qi was most worried that the young master was still stubbornly holding on to his belief that the enemy was showboating. That's suicide. Elder Qi felt like crying, his heart in a mess. The rumors were true, if not failing to live up to his power. The punk is a terrifying existence. Wu Qingqiu took a deep breath and sighed. His reputation precedes him. Zhuofan is outstanding. There might not even be many from the superior 3 sects who can take the twins on, yet this guy did it like nothing. You haven't seen anything yet. Wait till he becomes a true savage. That's when you'll see his power. Yen Mo recalled his miserable experience and sighed. We didn't even get to see his soul yet. Wu Qingqiu cried, Soul? He's in the radiant stage and already formed his soul? Oh please, how the hell is he supposed to fight an ethereal stage expert if he didn't have a soul formed? I figured he has some defensive soul treasure on him. That and his incredibly strong body are what helped him score wins. At least, that's how it looked until now. But if he has a soul formed, Wu Qingqiu's face was heavy. Glancing over, Yen Mo sighed. Here's a newsflash for you. He doesn't just have a soul form, but it is also something incredible. How do you know? Did you see it? Wu Qingqiu looked at him hard. He nodded, then shook his head. What I mean is, I sort of saw it and didn't. At that time, he only half released it. Yet that was enough to almost take my life. If not for the girl in his arms stopping him, I wouldn't be here talking to you. You fought him and lost. Wu Qingqiu gasped. He knew just how strong Yen Mo was, while not better than him, of course, but he was a true expert in the Western lands. The best genius in Western lands could beat him, no problem, but getting him to leave his life was another matter. It was this expert that almost got culled by Zhuofan's power. Just what level is this guy at anyway? Wu Qingqiu turned a startled face at Yi Lin. Junior brother, your opponent is freakishly strong. Of course. How else is he to match me? Yi Lin grinned excitedly. I told you, none of you are worthy of fighting him except me. Because we are destined rivals, he. Wu Qingqiu gave him a long look, then nodded. Meanwhile, Zhuofan finished dealing with 2 flies and started looking around with a devious smile. Zhuofan's eye twitched and charged forward. He clawed at some bush and grabbed a mote of green. Song Lin's soul. Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden again, and the mote vanished. Then he disappeared again, appearing high on a tree's branch. He swiped his hand and caught a yellow mote. This time it was Song Shan's soul. With one last disappearing act, Zhuofan was back to his original spot, but this time with an extra nasty grin on his lips as he said to the 2 motes in his hands. Go ahead, run. Did you think I didn't see you slipping away when your bodies were pulverized? And you, Song Shan, what the hell were you doing perched up there under a bird's butt? Are you trying to become a chick in your next life? Demon scheming sect's disciples snickered over. The two souls were shaking in fear. You picked the wrong guy to mess with this time. You up and challenged Steward Zhua and got what's coming to you. Ha ha ha. Kuei Lang patted the two souls and mocked them. The others laughed along. The Song twins were ashamed, crying out in anger. You destroyed our bodies and now you dare kill us? We are from the Heaven Trailing sect, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects. Head my ass. When we kick you down a notch, we'll be the head. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan grabbed the two and knocked them into each other so hard they saw stars. The rest were laughing even harder now in flashes of light. Ren Song and his gang entered the stage. Seeing the demon scheming sect team laughing and joking, Ren Song looked around, puzzled. Where are Song Shan and Song Lin? Did they get sent to a different area? The plan was to go after Zhuofan to catch him off guard the minute they got here. But now there was no sight of them, and the chance was lost. As for the two in question being defeated, that never crossed his mind. He wasn't one to entertain such flights of fancies. The two managed to make it hard against all other middle 3 sects, so how would they get done in a flash? But the cruel reality was he couldn't even register what was before him. He just had to mess with the wrong person. Are you thinking they should have been on me the moment they came here? Zhuofan mocked. Ren Song's brow shook, and he looked at Zhuofan incredulously. How does he know that? Zhuofan grinned as if he had read his mind, then shook his head as he extended his palms holding the 2 motes. Because they did it just now. A shame they lost, ha ha ha. Zhuofan squeezed, and under Ren Song's shocked eyes, he watched as the two cried their last and scattered into the air. From now on, the head of Tianyu's 3 guardian sects has changed. Zhuofan squinted. Qi Changlong and the others behind him snickered, strutting for Ren Song's team with taunts and jeers. From now on, Tianyu's 1st guardian sect was taking a rain check. Chapter 660, Sacred Mine. Chapter 660, Sacred Mine. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ren Song squinted as he jerked in fright. It blew his mind, and all his understanding, that Song Shan and Song Lin should charge one enemy only to be squeezed to nothing in the enemy's hands. Such a display left him crushed. And with his hopes gone, that left nothing but fear. When he looked at Zhuofan, he never saw Zhuofan in action, but this was enough to get it through his thick skull that the rumors were true enough to get him killed. He is a monster I can't mess with. A shame he had done it already. However, he had more present and serious matters to worry about, like the ever-approaching Qi Changlong and his friends with cold smiles. Now, even without Zhuofan's help, the 6 ethereal stage experts against the only ethereal stage expert on his side, him, and damn radiant stage experts, the rest could do nothing to curb the fear they all felt. Ren Song was sweating buckets, his mouth fell, and he teared up. His teammates looked at their young master with pleading gazes, even as they knew their young master was in the same boat as them. Qi Changlong was coming down on them with a savage grin, snapping his finger joints as he made fists. Ren Song kept staggering away, filled with sweat. Young Master Ren, who is the cat and who is the mouse, I wonder? Zhuofan snickered. Ren Song gnashed his teeth and turned red in anger. The punk is mocking me. Zhuofan shook his head and smiled. That's right, I'm here to shame you, but on account of your exquisite manner yesterday, I am inclined to give you a chance. In a team battle, the rule says that the door outside will open after 6 hours, and the fight finishes regardless of the outcome. So didn't you say you're quite familiar with the area? So be a good mouse and scurry along for a hidey-hole. And if we find you all in the next 6 hours, then it's only right that the cat gets to eat its prize, ha ha ha. Demon scheming sect's disciples cracked up, filled with contempt for them. Steward Zhua wanted to toy with them to their last breath. He's the same as Yen Mo. The audience chuckled and sighed. Such is the way of demonic cultivators. All demonic cultivators are the same, I see. They just love making a show out of their savagery. Ha ha ha. When Tao shook his head, Han Yunfeng glanced over and said, This is called absolute power. You think you'll see something like this in an equal match? True cruelty only shows when one side has an overwhelming advantage. Maybe Zhuofan is telling the others through this act that they shouldn't mess with them no matter how strong they are. When Tao sighed, Han Yunfeng grinned. Then will you still stand in his way? Regardless of the outcome, I would be happy to know I could fight such an expert. Han Yunfeng's heart shook and fell silent when Tao's words cut deep. Fighting a losing battle was unwise. From the sect's standpoint, retreat was welcomed against an impossible adversary. However, to a cultivator whose nature was to go against the natural order, they should fight regardless of adversity and brave any dangers. Having been close to the leadership of a sect, he had forgotten this simple truth, the basic nature of a cultivator. If he balked in fear against this mighty opponent, how would he progress in his cultivation? Suddenly, his eyes focused and flicked in Zhuofan's direction. It seems I was mistaken. When Tao eyed him and nodded with a smile, that's how a demonic sect's young master should be. 10, 9, 8. Zhuofan lifted his arm and started the countdown. Kuei Lang and company grinned in Rensong's direction, waiting for them to flee like rats. I have never been more insulted in my entire life. Yet when it came to choosing between dignity and life, Rensong could only think of himself as he ran like the wind under the audience's ridicule. The other disciples thought even less, going after their young master like good gophers. 3, 2, 1. Zhuofan's counting was slow, but it ended either way quickly. Kuei Lang and the others grinned as they began the hunt. They sure loved playing around at another's expense. But just as they started, Zhuofan's smirk started. People, let's all relish the game. They looked at each other and nodded before vanishing. Zhuofan smiled and was gone as well. The little valley regained its tranquility once the game of cat and mouse began. The two gatekeepers closed their eyes, changing the screen outside the dimension by switching through the monitoring arrays already set up inside in search of any movement. It didn't take long for a heaven-trailing sect disciple to appear. Frantic in his run for his life, he barely made a few steps as Lu Xie came from behind. He pointed, and green light shot his ankle. Then thick green energy spread from his heel to the rest of his body. Hi hi hi, run, kitty, run. The faster you go, the faster the poison spreads. And when it reaches your innards, you're done for. Lu Xie cackled. The guy felt his heart beating out of his chest, and he was so scared he was close to soiling himself. Lu Xie, however, was enjoying the moment of tormenting the poor devil. Noticing the green energy was almost at his thigh, he could no longer tarry. He instantly chopped his leg off and started jumping around in an attempt to flee. Lu Xie sneered and shot another green light on the other leg. He was again forced to choose between his leg and his life. The guy was horrified and crying in indignity, while Lu Xie was taking his sweet time to see what he'd decide, to relish in his sweet torment. It took only half an hour for the guy to be without arms and legs. Finally, Lu Xie cackled one last time and wiggled over the audience side in sorrow. Exalted double dragons did the same, but out of boredom such an event was happening all over the place in that world. This was no longer a team battle but a one-sided slaughter. Just how on earth did Heaven Trailing Sect offend the Demon Scheming Sect to incur such cruel revenge? Holding their foreheads, the two exalted no longer bothered to watch and closed their eyes. However, none noticed that no matter how the view changed, Zhuofan was nowhere to be seen among the tortures. He had been gone ever since the hunt began. It was as if he was no longer in there. Whoosh! Deep in the forest, a figure appeared. The proud Zhuo turned around and nodded. Good, this must be the blind spot in the monitoring arrays. Then his hand held a sparkling and pure crystal, a sacred stone. The black energy curled from his hand around the sacred stone and slowly dissolved it. Zhuofan focused on the drifting spiritual energy, following its every shift. Then his eyes lit up in glee. Over there! He was gone once more this time. Zhuofan was sidestepping the monitoring arrays while following the flow of spiritual energy from the sacred stone until he arrived before an unending mountain. The spiritual energy was so thick here it felt like the previous valley could not compare to the point that the entire mountain range was like a bright azure dragon as it emitted spiritual energy. I knew it. This is a Western land's sacred mine. Who knew they'd sealed it up in here? Watching the distant mountain range, his heart shivered the instant he got here. He was convinced that this place had to have a sacred mine, but since this was someone else's home, it was closely monitored. Looking for their treasury under Double Dragon Manor's nose was asking for the news, so the ingenious Zhuofan used Heaven Trailing Sex Hunt to cover his tracks and let him inspect in peace. That was why he kept telling the disciples to take it real slow, to give him time to have his share of fun. Now that he was here, his doubts were cleared. Chapter 661, Sacred Weapon. Chapter 661, Sacred Weapon. Proofreader, Papatonks. From what Xie Wuyue said, the 5 lands' sacred mines could only be exploited at the edges. Most of their ores are being protected by a strong array that can only be placed by the likes of experts from the sacred domain. Who then, besides him, blowing himself up and ending up in the mortal domain, would fall so low? Moreover, the path to descend from the sacred domain was closed shut. Even a saint would find it hard to breach it, to say nothing of the others. In that case, the answer couldn't be more obvious. Squinting, Zhuofan pondered. This must be related to the 5 sacred beasts. Kunping had him look for the other sacred beasts while keeping young Sanzi hostage. That has to be it. Zhuofan looked around the place, then his brow shook. The sacred mine is so important that there are tens of monitoring arrays just 100 meters from it. Not to mention they are all discreetly set up. A shame you guys met me. When it comes to arrays, yours truly is your great-great-great ancestor, Humph. Grinning, Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden. Besides, you should now be drawn to watching Lu Xie and the others' actions and have no attention to spare on me, hee. Whoosh. With a snicker, Zhuofan vanished. He kept showing up and disappearing all over the mountain range, but all were spots where the monitoring arrays could not reach. Whoosh. Zhuofan finally stopped before the dimly lit mouth of a cave as he entered. He did not trigger one of the hundreds of monitoring arrays outside. He sighed in relief. Zhuofan looked at the cave's walls filled with sparkling crystals shining in a faint light. The sheer density of the spiritual energy was so great it gave him goosebumps. His eyes lit up at the sight. This was the entrance to the sacred mine, and these crystals were the sacred stones the vein formed. All sacred mines had to be formed on top of a world array to condense such a high concentration of sacred stones. That meant that apart from the sacred array, the sacred mine was not suitable for setting up other arrays, or it would end up disturbed by the natural power of the world. Thus, Zhuofan was not worried there might be any monitoring or defensive arrays here. Unless, of course, they could set up sacred arrays, which was an impossibility in the mortal domain. So Zhuofan just waltzed in curiously. He wanted to see who this expert was, and what kind of an array he set up to protect the sacred mine. He barely took a few steps, and an ear-piercing ringing came. His eyes shook, and Zhuofan stopped. What's going on? Is there someone inside? Carefully walking deeper, Zhuofan noticed that the ringing intensified. When he reached the end, he was stumped. A 2-meter-long sword covered in a prismatic haze floated just above the cave floor. It would sometimes shake and release a mesmerizing ringing sound. The rich spiritual energy from the sacred stones converged on the long sword like a newborn pup growing on the sweet milk. The long sword was also sustained under the sacred stone's care. Is that a sacred weapon? Zhuofan squinted and cried out. By the looks of it, it's even a 6th-grade sacred weapon, the strongest of the sacred domain. Above the 12th-grade spiritual weapons were the sacred weapons. Only a person from beyond the mortal domain could unleash this weapon's true might. And since sacred stones were needed to refine them, making such beauties was an extremely complicated process. They were a rarity, even in the sacred domain. At least, when Zhuofan was the grand leader of the 8 emperors, he could only refine a 3rd-grade sacred weapon, and that was only in theory as well, having never actually done it. The materials weren't available everywhere either. Just going by the requirements of the sacred stone alone, he did not know just how many lands of the Shring clan he had to cheat and how difficult it was to get them off his tail in the process. He never expected the tiny mortal domain to contain such a beauty, the legendary 6th grade sacred weapon. Such a wonder made his little heart flutter. He had plenty of sacred stones on hand but no sacred weapon. Since he stumbled onto one, was he just going to pass by? Zhuofan grinned and walked towards it. Ha ha ha, I know that all sacred weapons have a conscience, so you must be able to understand me. Look, this place is so damp and gloomy with no sunlight ever getting in. Aren't you bored sitting here all day, every day? Why not join me out to play? The sword understood Zhuofan's intention and shook faintly before emitting a sharp light. Wait. Zhuofan jumped back at once and waved his hands. I mean no harm and don't intend to take you for myself. I know sacred weapons need sacred stones to shine and replenish their energy. I have plenty of them with me. If you come with me, you get to soar in the endless sky as we travel the world and have your fill of all you can eat. I'll make sure to make you content. Zhuofan was like an uncle swindling children. He showed such an obscene smile too. His hand flashed and took out a sacred stone. See, I'm not lying. I can replenish your energy just as well in my ring. The only difference is that you can also come out to stretch your legs. Would you like to check my ring for yourself? If you don't like it, you're free to come out. You're a sacred weapon, and I can't lock you up. Zhuofan tentatively showed his thunder ring in enticement. The long sword looked hesitant. It hummed and went still. Zhuofan knew he almost had it and was bursting with excitement. Holy hell, I'm about to have the strongest sacred weapon. This is both of my life's dreams come true. His trip to Double Dragon Gathering had paid off hundreds of times over. Even if he weren't forced by Xie Wu's task or Kuanping's threat, he'd have come here ages ago for this sweet trinket. However, just as Zhuofan was about to hoodwink the sacred weapon, a blue flame flared up from his thunder ring at the same time. Zhuofan's forehead sported the same azure flame, his body crackled with purple lightning, and his right arm flashed crimson. What's going on? Startled, Zhuofan was stumped. A chilling bloodthirst swept the cave, and Zhuofan's heart tensed as he looked incredulously at the long sword. What just happened? We were getting to the good part, so why the sudden hostilities? He didn't have time to think as the long sword ruthlessly attacked him. Whoosh! With a cold glint, killing intent shot out of the longsword and reached Zhuofan in a blink. Zhuofan squinted and hurriedly raised his right to block it. The most astonishing thing happened. Zhuofan's invincible Qilin arm offered no resistance to the sword's attack. In a flash, gurgling blood flowed out of it, but Zhuofan was too stunned to realize it. How can this be? That was just sword energy, yet it pierced through a sacred beast's body. Just what on earth is a 6th grade sacred weapon made of to be so strong? Whoosh! However, he had no time to ponder as the sword shook and rushed at Zhuofan, its blade shining in a dazzling light. Zhuofan was horrified. For the first time, Zhuofan was scared to death. Its sword energy was enough to pierce a sacred beast's body. So now that it came for him, how would he stop it? It was going to make mincemeat out of him. Zhuofan panicked, not knowing what to do. Just as the longsword reached him, he was hit by a stroke of genius. Since you can't beat them, flee! His right eye flashed golden, and Zhuofan had moved 100 meters away in a blink. As for the longsword, it lost its target and searched for him, unable to find him. When Zhuofan appeared again, the sword closed in on him in a blink. He cried out on the inside, but did not dare to leave the cave, or those monitoring arrays would spot him. Zhuofan had no choice but to stay in this narrow cave and dodge the sword's attacks. This couldn't go on forever, since his yuan qi would run out if he kept this up. At the same time, the sword would keep replenishing its stores in this sacred mine. It could go on forever. A fight for attrition was his worst gamble. For God's sake, I'll make another tunnel since there's no other path. I could use it to escape the monitoring arrays and take to the skies. With that thought in mind, Zhuofan dodged one more time, and his right eye flashed with 2 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Bam! The space shook as the attack struck the cave wall, yet it bounced back. All the attack did was give the whole mountain range a good shake. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and panicked. Does that mean that since this is a sacred mine, breaking the space is still not enough to break the layers of sacred stones? But that wasn't the end of his shock. The long sword was in front of him once more. Chapter 662, Subdued. Chapter 662, Subdued. Proofreader, Papatonks. Damn! Zhuofan narrowed his eyes and paled as his scalp went numb at this very moment. The long sword was already on top of him, just a hair's breadth away. With Void Annihilation fizzling out, he had no more time to employ shift. His only fate was to be skewered to death. Well, there was one option left, to use the Void Annihilation that had yet to disperse and rout the longsword. Like that's ever going to happen. Regardless of Void Annihilation's strength, it couldn't compare to the Qilin arm. If it got pierced by this thing's sword energy alone, how could a mere Void Annihilation block the longsword's attack? Zhuofan was at the end of the road, however, watching the longsword just about to tear him a new one. Zhuofan could only grit his teeth and risk it all. It's worth a shot, even if it's for nothing. Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden again. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Zhuofan's right eye shot out a spatial ripple that collided with the longsword clang. It was like it hit metal. The longsword was pushed back by the blow. It flipped twice in midair before plunging into the wall filled with sacred stones. Zhuofan was stunned. Then he looked at his right arm, still bleeding heavily. With a flick of his hand, he smashed a big hole in the wall next to him. Sure enough, the Qilin arm is way stronger than Void Annihilation. So why couldn't it defend against this sword while the latter could? Crack. As he was sinking into his thoughts, the cracking from the wall jerked him away. The longsword twisted around in the wall and was fricking wiggling out of the stone and charging for Zhuofan one more time. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes, his face solemn. He no longer hesitated to use Void Annihilation on the spot. Bam! The sword was spun through the air again on impact. With a deep frown, Zhuofan was curious why the puny Void Annihilation succeeded where his prized Qilin arm failed. Maybe they're naturally opposites. Zhuofan pondered over some more, and a realization struck him. Since Void Annihilation could handle it, what about the other skills of Divine Eye of the Void? Whoosh! The longsword was back again with a ferocious and far more savage attack than before. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes, and this time Zhuofan no longer panicked. He was like an old fox biding his time for his prey to fall into his trap. Finally, the longsword was within 100 meters, and Zhuofan's right eye flashed golden 4 times. Divine Eye of the Void's fourth stage, Space Crusher. The whole cave shook, and the sacred stones littering the walls fell to the ground. But that was a mere jiggle, unlike how it usually behaved outside, where it pulverized everything. It shows that a sacred mine is tough beyond reason. Zhuofan nodded inside, then returned his attention to the incoming longsword. It was also shaking all over as it stopped approaching. All it could do was tremble and shake in the air. It couldn't even get near Zhuofan to strike. Just as I thought, Divine Eye of the Void can restrain the sacred weapon. Zhuofan's eyes narrowed, and his right eye flashed again in 3 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void third stage, Mirage World. Suddenly the vibrations stopped. Only the longsword was enveloped in invisible fluctuations preventing it from stabilizing itself. It spun around in place, unable to make heads or tails of what was happening around it. Since you don't want to work with me and even tried killing me, there's no need for you to have consciousness. Zhuofan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He knew fully well that sacred weapons had a mind of their own, and this one was no different. Housing a spirit that controlled it now, he and the sword spirit were at odds. He would have to crush the spirit if he wanted to obtain the sword's recognition. Therefore, he was using illusions to control the sword spirit and calm it down. If a sacred weapon lost its sword spirit, its quality would fall sharply. He had to put another spirit in its place. Zhuofan looked around, pensive. A flash of red came out of his body and sank into the longsword. Zhuofan started making signs while shouting, "Demon transformation art, turning the sword as one's own body, sword spirit renewal." Whoosh! Black tendrils of energy flashed over the long sword along with Blood Infant's creepy snicker. A cry of fear echoed out of the sword. It was the original sword spirit, however, because Zhuofan suppressed its divine sense with Mirage World. It had no way to fight back even if it wanted to. As Zhuofan used the demon transformation art along with the void annihilation, the sword spirit slowly disintegrated, becoming nourishment for the new sword spirit hum. With a light ripple, the hovering longsword started trembling, and its previous glossy and impeccable blade now slowly took on a black color while crimson stripes spread over its surface, making it let out a sinister aura. Stopping Mirage World, Zhuofan beckoned, and the sword fell into his hand. Looking closely at it, Zhuofan smiled in satisfaction. Henceforth, the world has lost a 6th-grade sacred weapon, but it has gained a sacred demonic sword. Little guy, you shall now be the spirit of this sword and my Blood Infant, the strongest 6th-grade sacred demonic sword of the sacred domain. How awesome is that? How annoying I can't unleash even a fraction of what you're capable of, not as I am now at least. The sword shook, then it flew from Zhuofan's grip. It spiraled in the air, and Blood Infant appeared in a flash of light. Then Blood Infant shot into Zhuofan's body without so much as a peep. Zhuofan started, then he shook his head. Little guy, are you trying to say that even if I can't use the sword, you're still one with me? Blood Infant simply rested in Zhuofan's body, like a child having gone to sleep. No wonder you've been my Blood Infant for so many years. You're so much better than some sword spirit. With you controlling the sacred weapon, I can rest easy, ha ha ha. Chuckling, Zhuofan's hand flashed, and a dozen sacred stones appeared, bringing them to his stomach. Though this sacred weapon needs sacred stones to replenish. Eat up, little guy, eat up and grow strong. Whoosh! The sacred stones vanished, and when he looked inside, he noticed Blood Infant had taken them. Zhuofan chuckled, with so many sacred stones in me, I hope I won't get kidney stones, ha ha ha. Wait, with so many sacred stones around, why the hell am I forking them out of my purse? Looking at the ground, it was now littered with sacred stones from all the shaking. He sighed, I'm so stupid. No harm was done since he would just take these pickings, which would be all the same. Zhuofan had no shame whatsoever. But then he noticed his still bleeding right hand and frowned, returning Dragon's roar. Roar! Following the roar, his hand was covered in a flash of green, filled with life, yet the Qilin arm was still wounded. Like before. Startled, Zhuofan frowned. Is it that the Qilin arm can't be healed, or maybe the wounds from a sacred weapon can't be healed? Since this was his first injury to the Qilin arm, Zhuofan was a little unsure. And never mind, I'll just let it recover with time. After so many years, I ended up bloody wounded in action. I best keep this under wraps, or my actions here will be revealed. Holding some bandage, he wrapped it tight around his arm. Then he let his sleeve hide it before he went deeper into the cave. In the end, his main objective was to investigate the array. He wouldn't be at ease going back with just a sacred weapon. This is the place where the sacred mine is sealed. The cave couldn't be dug any further since it must have hit a wall. Touching the end of the tunnel, Zhuofan pondered. He noticed light flowing along the wall, like some kind of barrier, covered in all kinds of symbols. His eyes widened. I knew it. The one who set this array up must be a master. It's so ingenious I can't find the slightest weakness. It's as if. Zhuofan narrowed his eyes. It is just like Lightning Canyon's who trapped Soaring Qilin. It can't be the same person or expert that set it up, right? That would mean this was another remnant of an emperor. Just what on earth happened in the mortal domain in the past? Why would such an expert leave his mark here? Even with the 9 Serenity's secret records, breaking through this ingenious array was impossible. As he was now, he only got to enter the Lightning Canyon because Soaring Qilin used its life to make a hole. As for the other 2 forbidden zones, he wouldn't get in even if he risked his life. Their arrays were intact. Forget about even getting in touch with those sacred beasts, not when he couldn't open the door. Chapter 663, As You Should Have. Chapter 663, As You Should Have. Proofreader, Papatonks. Tracing his fingers over the wall, Zhuofan was mulling over something. Then he opened his eyes wide, and 2 golden halos flashed in his right. Divine Eye of the Void's second stage, Void Annihilation. Bam! The spatial power struck the wall loudly. Then it was over. The barrier didn't even shake, though it did flash a bit after, as if to mock Zhuofan that he was all bark and no bite. Zhuofan sighed. This array is ridiculously strong. Not even Void Annihilation, specialized in breaking arrays, can do a thing to it. He would never get it open as he was now, a mere ant against the world. My only choice is to wait until after I go beyond the mortal domain to try again. Zhuofan gave up the search and was about to return to the valley. However, he made sure to spruce this place up with how messy it was, and so, without further ado, he picked the walls clean of any and all sacred stones by using shift. Now and then, Zhuofan popped all over the mountain as he avoided the hundreds of monitoring arrays. All he left behind was now a bare, dark cave, like he was some thief who couldn't get enough. It was a good thing the exalted double dragons didn't see him, or they'd be spitting blood right about now. Those sacred stones were 10s of times the reward the double dragon gathering offered the 9 sects this time. It took 1,000 years to form, and yet they were gone just like that. May you rot in hell, Zhuofan! How fortunate indeed. The 2 exalted were oblivious. Of course, Zhuofan could never let them know, though his wounded right arm was a giveaway. Zhuofan frowned and held it close. It was its first wound, and he was a little worried. In the last few fights he had, no one could even scratch it, so coming out wounded all of a sudden would definitely attract the Exalted's gazes. That'll be bad for sure. Squinting, Zhuofan was pondering on a solution. Whoosh! An hour later, Zhuofan reappeared in the valley. Alas, gone was the natural beauty and lush scenery, now covered in ever-flowing blood that gave it a nasty stench. One should not forget the constant symphony of wails and cackles that accompanied such a view. It brought this work of art to life. Bang! Don't hit me, please. I give. Just let me go. Damn you. Now you know when to surrender? What were you doing before then? Where'd your arrogance go? What about yesterday's cockiness? Hi, if I don't set you straighter than an arrow now, then I'm no demon scheming sex disciple. Kuei Lang's laughter echoed through the valley, filled with the promise of brutality. Zhuofan looked around, and he saw punches and kicks raining down on one helpless victim. Kuei Lang, and the rest were dishing out all the beatings they could, like a master lashing out at his servant. As for the one who wailed beneath their feet, that was Ren Tsongyuer, and the girls stood aside with a thick, loathing gaze on their faces. When they noticed Zhuofan, they bowed. Steward Zhua, welcome back. Did you get the prick? Zhuofan asked. The girls turned to the others and nodded. Bai Lian bowed a bit as she reported, Steward Zhua, heaven-trailing sex disciples have all been killed, except Rin Kong. Based on his status, we can't kill him. So we captured him, sealed his cultivation, and let the others thrash him until now. As you should have. Rensong can't be killed, or it will force heaven-trailing sect to desperate action. Zhuofan nodded, then he showed a nasty smile, though that doesn't mean we shouldn't put him in his rightful place. Since he liked showing off yesterday, Let's show him how it's truly done. By the way, how come you aren't enjoying the kicking festival along with those guys? The three girls blushed and fell silent. Zhuofan paused, but then he noticed something. Ha ha ha, I get it. A lady is to be reserved and shouldn't lower herself to such barbaric and vile actions. But as someone treading the demonic path, you should learn to let go. Come, let's kick him a couple of rounds. It'll make us feel better. Zhuofan waved as he strutted over. But the girls still hung their heads in the same spot. This isn't like you at all. Zhuofan looked back with an odd gaze, especially you, Ling. When you were the boss of the labor office, you were more arrogant than ever. Why the sudden shyness over kicking someone? Steward Zhuo, it's better if you see for yourself. Ling blushed harder and pointed at the crowd. Zhuofan was intrigued now. Going over, he looked from behind the kicking frenzy. Ahem, brothers, please make way. Allow me to join. Steward Zhuo is back. Make way. Steward Zhuo wants to let off steam. Kuei Lang looked back, and his eyes lit up when he saw Zhuofan. The others moved away with bright smiles, letting Zhuofan have his fun. Now the scene was revealed in all its glory to him that had him stumped. He gave an odd look to the rest, especially those shy ladies. Now he got the gist of their reluctance. Ren Song was nothing more than a curled-up ball of bruises and wounds, twitching and even whimpering. That wasn't the least of it, though. He was stripped of clothes, and blood was also gathering underneath him. Zhuofan couldn't help sneering at them. You should know not to take it too far in your games. You even stripped him naked. He is, after all, the young master of the Heaven Trailing sect. Doing this in front of thousands of people. He won't have the shame to get out of his room. That's just what I wanted. I bet he won't be able to get out of his home even back at his sect. Kuei Lang snickered. He pointed at the blood under Ren Song and followed the trail of blood. Look, Steward Zhuo. Zhuofan did look and was speechless before crying out, You sure have unique tastes. He gave them a funny look, then gave a loathing handshake. Next time, don't talk to me. I am not a sicko but a perfectly normal human being. No wonder even Ling, with her nasty temper, stood behind. You guys just aren't normal. The three girls from afar shook and covered their ears, trying anything to stop hearing his words. The curled-up Ren Song twitched on cue, and his sobbing increased. Kuei Lang's face twitched. Steward Zhuo, who do you take us for? We're not sick, at least not to that degree. Didn't we vent for you? The prick had gone overboard yesterday, so we used a club to. Kuei Lang lifted a bloody wooden stick. Zhuofan hurriedly held his nose and jumped back a couple of steps. He glared at them in disgust. Put that away, you filthy animals. Animals, woo. Ren Song shook as he cried. For the first time ever, he agreed with Zhuofan, giving him a long look. Zhuofan shook his head, sympathizing with him. Then he turned to Kuei Lang and the others, barking, You're the ones who've gone overboard. Ever heard the saying, death before dishonor? The guys were stumped. They did not get Zhuofan. Didn't they do what he asked? Why was he angry? Ren Song lifted his wretched and crying face and gave Zhuofan a strange look. Was he the rescuer among this band of scumbags? However, Zhuofan's next line made his mouth twitch. Couldn't you have just gotten rid of the flesh and taken around with his soul? That kind of pain is the most exquisite. Moreover, it's far less nasty and messy. I should have known that all vile demons are the same. Ren Song thought with a plop. The club fell to the ground. Zhuofan spoke with deep loathing. The others were stumped for a moment, then cackled. That's the Steward Zhuo we know. Even if left alive, it won't do without scarring him good. You're the best team leader ever. Kuei Lang snickered and patted his chest. Rest assured, sir. We shall have no compassion, no shred of sympathy, and will be sure to make him pay. Thrashing him was going too easy on him. It's just that you said we should take our sweet time, so there's plenty of stuff we haven't yet tried, ha. I told you to take your time so you could buy me time. It wasn't so you could turn him into your punching bag. Then again, the result ain't half bad. Recalling his haul, Zhuofan grinned. Then he looked at the shivering mess on the ground, afraid the act was about to resume, and Zhuofan shook his head. This beating will leave a deep trauma in Rensong's psyche. He's done for. Well, not my fault he had to prance in my face. Hold on. Zhuofan squinted suddenly. Then he looked at his right hand. Chapter 664, Respect. Chapter 664, Respect. Proofreader, Papatongs. Alright. Brothers, get rid of his body, and let's have a go with his soul. One last push, and we're done for today. Gui, who looked at everyone. He got Zhuofan's implied meaning, and acted accordingly with a nod. Everyone returned to Rensong with a sinister smile. Rensong was so scared, he was shaking like a leaf. However, with a spatial ripple as the only sign, a white pillar sprouted in front of everyone. At the same time, an aged voice echoed, "All right, kids, that's enough playing around. The 6 hours are up. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect is over." Over? Isn't it too fast? Kuei Lang looked baffled. We still haven't destroyed this prick's body. How come it's over when we're just getting started? The others' interest fell at this point, since the time was up. Zhuofan snickered at Rensong's scarlet butt and added, "Good things never last long. Now that the time is up, we must abide by Double Dragon Gathering's rules and stop. When it's all said and done, Brother Rin, you are still the young master of the Heaven Trailing Sect, the head of the Tianyu's 3 guardian sections. We're rivals on the battlefield but friends outside of it. Friendships come first and rivalry second. Do you think you can make it back, or do you need me to get someone to help you?" Hypocrite! Every face in the audience twitched. Scoffing at him on the inside, they bore witness to the true essence of a demonic cultivator, cruel to no end and a hypocrite to the core. And Zhuofan seemed to be the culmination of all evil. Rensong's face sank, silently taking out a shirt from his ring to put it on. Then he barely got his feet under him. He clenched his ass cheeks as he wiggled towards the saving light, soon vanishing. Looking at each other, Zhuofan and Kuei Lang laughed at his expense. The girls only blushed harder and glared at them with a shake of their heads. Zhuofan's gang followed into the light right after. Their vision shifted from the mountains to the Double Dragon Manor's arena, yet the welcoming committee was not in the least bit happy, showering them in scornful looks rather than applauses. The team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect was not as intense as the crowd hoped. Instead, it was completely one-sided. And at Zhuofan's behest, it devolved even more into a sick chase for torture and pain. No, a sick game is more accurate. Because Heaven Trailing Sect's people weren't killed but toyed with instead. If one could still call it that, this fight was nothing more than a show of Demon Scheming Sect's endless capacity for brutality and savagery. Heaven Trailing Sect's young master Rensong would have gone through even more cruelty if not for that title shielding him from death. Not like this outcome was any better. Shuddering, Rensong, with Elder Chi's support, stood opposite of Demon Scheming Sect's team. But his head was still lowered, fear having twisted his character from an overly proud man to the shell he was now. He was unable even to look his torturers in the eye. Elder Chi saw his young master's appearance and gnashed his teeth in hatred, glaring at those demons not like Zhuofan and company ever cared. They still bore that twisted smile from before. "Bring it if you dare." The judge's cold eyes swept both sides as he spoke. In this team battle between Demon Scheming Sect and Heaven Trailing Sect, the former had sent in 10 people and 10 returned, while the latter had sent 10 and only 1 returned, a battle won by an absolute margin. Demon Scheming Sect, do you wish to keep challenging? Your next opponent is the second place in the middle 3 sects, Demon Soul Sect. Damn right we are! Zhuofan blurted out without even thinking. Judged had expected this kind of answer and continued, "Then you are free to decide whether it will be right now or after a rest of 3 days. We didn't even break a sweat. We fight now, of course." Zhuofan snickered. The judge nodded and turned to Demon Soul Sect. Do you accept the challenge? If you don't, it will automatically declare Demon Scheming Sect as the winner and you the loser. Han Yunfeng squinted and thought. Zhuofan paused, giving him a long look. Didn't he say he'll give up earlier? Why the hesitation? We accept. However, at this moment, Demon Soul Sect suddenly decided to fight. Turning to Zhuofan, Han Yunfeng was filled with battle intent. The best choice is not to fight, but it will only leave us with regret. But don't think for a second you can humiliate us as you did to Heaven Trailing Sect. Demon Soul Sect is filled with battle demons. We'll rather die than be shamed. Humph, we'll just see about that. Lu Xie snorted in contempt but was stopped by Zhuofan. Zhuofan gave him a long look and nodded. Good, but you better come prepared. We're not ones to go easy. Humph, we don't need your pity. Han Yunfeng scoffed. Zhuofan's nasty grin resurfaced, turning to his team. Demon Soul Sect is unlike the Heaven Trailing Sect. They won't balk under fear. We can't mess around with them and have to take them seriously. But they only have 2 ethereal stage experts. Why so serious? Kuei Lang paused and gave the opponent an odd stare. Zhuofan smiled. Look at their eyes, and you'll see they have made peace with death. You might want to have fun, but they are serious. They won't let it go your way. That is why it's better to face them head-on and give them proper respect. They have come to the gathering fully aware that they might never return and are ready to go all out if they do. The true spirit of a cultivator. They are nothing like kicking around some wastrels. We need to act according to our opponents. Some are to be toyed with while others should be shown respect. Startled, the gang turned in Demon Soul Sect's direction. Sure enough, although they were around the level of the Heaven Trailing Sect, they were determined to see this fight through, one way or the other. Despite witnessing how they trashed Heaven Trailing Sect, they still showed no fear. They really must be taken seriously. Kuei Lang took a deep breath and nodded. His face was solemn. Looking at them, they were suddenly reminded of themselves from before. If not for Zhuofan bumping their strength, they would probably be at the level of Demon Soul Sect and could only throw their measly lives away in this double dragon gathering. They all let out a sigh of lament. The judge turned from one team to another. Disciples, please enter the Sumeru dimension. The second challenge of the Middle 3 Sects challenge round begins. Zhuofan led his team towards the gateway. Han Yunfeng followed as well. Whether intentionally or not, Zhuofan paused for Han Yunfeng's team to catch up. Just like that, the two walked abreast, entering the valley simultaneously. The prick sure has his charm, not always an insufferable bastard. Wu Qingqiu couldn't help but smile. Yan Mo's eyes shook at the side, and he had to nod. Indeed, Demon Scheming Sect is at its peak, and he should be brash and wild. But when he entered the valley, he chose to wait for Han Yunfeng to catch up and go in at the same time. It is a sign of respect. That is true. Respect me, and I shall do the same. Insult me, and I'll make you pay 1,000 times over. It seems to me the fact that he drove Demon Scheming Sect into butchering Heaven Trailing Sect is justifiable. But all we saw in that battle was Demon Scheming Sect's cruelty and not Heaven Trailing Sect's arrogance. That is why we all labeled the Demon Scheming Sect's men as thugs. This is why demon cultivators earned their bad name. Ha ha ha, what a world! Eyeing him, Yenemo nodded. Who'd have thought a righteous disciple would know the toils of us demonic cultivators? Ha ha ha, it's because I'm a righteous cultivator that I need to have tolerance. Demonic cultivators are paranoid yet not necessarily wrong. I will not be prejudiced. Wu Qingqiu chuckled and said to Yenemo, by the way, I don't find this Zhuofan that unreasonable. Just that he acts differently depending on the people and situations, while also a bit heavy-handed. You said he almost got you killed. How did you manage to piss him off? Well, it's none of your business. Yenemo turned red and shifted his head away. Wu Qingqiu snickered at his reaction. Demonic cultivators love to make a scene, are narrow-minded, and must have what they want. Therefore when the two of them meet, sparks fly. Sigh, while righteous cultivators love to don the mask of hypocrisy. That should level things out, right? Wu Qingqiu shook his head at this thought. Demons are frank and irritable, while the just are fake and calm. Though who can tell who is the demon and who is just? Meanwhile, when the two teams entered the valley, they stood across from each other. Zhuofan jumped and landed behind his team. Han Yunfeng and the others frowned. Zhuofan, however, smiled. I'll say it again, who can get on my level? Pass all 9 of them. Then you can face me. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched, and he stared at Zhuofan furiously. Chapter 665. Round Robin. Chapter 665. Round Robin. Proofreader, Papatonks. That's odd. How come the prick is up to his old tricks and won't fight this time either? Wu Qingqiu's side was puzzled as they watched Zhuofan. Hadn't he always treated Demon Soul Sect with respect? Why the acting? Why the antagonistic display? By not fighting in a team battle, he clearly looked down on them, holding them in contempt. His action was a hard and cold slap to Han Yunfeng's team's face. Leaving the slapping aside, why lift their hopes just now only to knock them down again? Just what is that prick thinking? They would never have guessed that it wasn't that Zhuofan did not want to fight. It was because he couldn't. His right hand got hurt from the brief encounter with the sacred sword. If misfortune had it that he exposed it, the exalted double dragons would see it, and he'd be finished. As for his left, it was nowhere near that strong. Favoring his weak left instead of that strong right would incur the same suspicion, so the best way to avoid it all was to show off and stay out of it. If Demon Soul Sect had just forfeited and let me fight Sword God Sects when Tao strayed out, then with his strength similar to a superior 3 sects disciple, it would fit my plan perfectly. Then I wouldn't have to hide from anyone and not be so passive. But just what the hell got into Demon Soul Sect all of a sudden? While I do admire their guts, they're just too weak. I can't fake it with these weaklings. It'll only get seen through. The only choice is staying still. Scratched his nose, Zhuofan sighed inwardly. Han Yunfeng witnessed his action and was fuming mad, gnashing his teeth in hatred. What the hell's the meaning of this? I get you look down on us, but did you have to do it in front of everyone? Won't you even give us a few moves? Since you're so stuck up, what's with the show of respect from before in walking side by side? Are you toying with us? Han Yunfeng glared and said, Zhuofan, I will make you fight. Humph, to fight our steward Zhua, you'll have to go through me first. Qi Changlong stood in Han Yunfeng's way. This is a team battle, but we won't take advantage of your weakness and we'll go one-on-one. If you have what it takes to beat our 6 ethereal stage experts, then there will be no one to stop you from fighting Steward Zhua. What, a round robin of 1 against 6? Third young Master Han cursed. You have no shame at all. My brother is in the 2nd layer of the ethereal stage, while just 3 of you are in the 3rd layer. Why not ask him to stand still so you can beat him? Quiet, brother. Han Yunfeng cut off the 3rd young Master Han's rant. If it's a team battle, with only 2 ethereal stage experts, they could have 2 of theirs hold us back while the rest would kill our teammates. Then it will turn into 6 versus 2. How long do you think we will hold on then? 3rd young Master Han paused, then let out a long sigh. Han Yunfeng's eyelid twitched and said, That's why this round robin looks like 1 against 6. The fights will never be one-on-one. This is in our favor. I accept. Great, then let's go. Qi Changlong walked forward, giving Zhuofan a look from beyond the others. Han Yunfeng's eyes narrowed. His body shook, and with a reverberating roar, a blue hundreds of meters tall winged lion appeared in a flash of light. With its appearance, the temperature dropped sharply, and a biting wind formed that chilled one to the bone. The crowd cried out, That's Han Yunfeng's soul? At once, the audience was boiling. Everyone knew the soul was an ethereal stage expert's strongest weapon, but also its weakness. So unless they had no choice, the fight was to the death, or they did not fear a heavy injury, the average man would not take it out, since if the soul was finished, so were you. So even in the middle 3-sex round, the audience had not once seen ethereal stage experts taking out their souls. Even when Ren Song was being pummeled from all around, he would rather have his cultivation sealed than show his soul in fear of having it crushed. No one imagined that in the second stage of the middle 3-sex challenge round, Han Yunfeng would actually lay his soul bare at the very start. He was ready to go all out. "Elder brother!" His younger brothers cried in panic. Han Yunfeng waved them not to worry, his face hard. "They are all tough opponents. I have to go all out from the start, or if the time drags out, it will work against me." "Ha ha ha, what a brave man you are, eldest young master of Demon Soul Sect. Then allow me to accompany you with my own soul." Chi Changlong laughed and felt as if he had met a kindred spirit. His body shook, and yellow light spilled from him in a blink. A huge seal of 60 meters appeared overhead, giving an oppressive feeling. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook, and he cried, "It's actually a rarely seen tool soul, the seal of upheaval." Correct. Souls are commonly divided into beast souls, elemental souls, and domain souls. As for this tool soul, despite being rare, it is on the same level as a beast soul. And Han Yunfeng's soul is that of ascending howling lion, of bitter cold and extreme yin, the opposite of the seal's extreme yang. This makes it that the match will be decided on the strength of their souls. Yenemo nodded as he analyzed. Yi Lin looked from the side, bored. "It's Han Yunfeng's win." "Why?" Startled, the two turned to him. "Reason dictated it should be Chi Changlong who won since he had the higher cultivation," Yi Lin huffed, "because he stakes his life." Bam! The loud sound came just as Yi Lin finished. Ascending howling lion and the seal of upheaval clashed in a terrifying rumble. However, in that short exchange, the seal of upheaval had 5 claw marks, with ice spreading around them. Chi Changlong shook all over and spat blood. At the same time, he took back his soul. He cupped his hands in admiration. "Respect. You're too kind." Han Yunfeng returned his gesture even as his brow was soaked. Should this be his victory? He was, in fact, the more injured party of the two. Zhuofan's brow shook, and he admired Han Yunfeng. "The kid is a damn feisty guy. He's unlike those fake young masters from Sex, and even staked his life on the first attack. His upbringing must have had a heavy role to play in it." Demon Soul Sect is remarkable. Wu Qingqiu's brow shook as well. How can there be a fight like this in this day and age? As the forefathers say, pride comes before the fall. Even in a life and death struggle, one holds back some energy just in case, to change the tides and win or escape. But this guy had put up all he had and more, cutting off all his path. If he couldn't have shaken off his opponent in the first strike, he would have been dead by now. The guy is ruthless. He is staking his life just for the chance to fight him. How can you guys even understand him? Yi Lin mocked. He has to fight 6 people, even in rounds. Even if he comes out victorious, he will be exhausted to death. The only way to save energy is to go out in full force. While he gives his life in every exchange, his opponent doesn't have the nerve to meet him. This leaves him with a margin to win and conserve his strength. But even so, one cannot say just how much energy he'd have left in the end. By the way, Yen Mo, you said you wanted to spar with senior brother. But do you have the courage and thirst as he does? Yi Lin asked Yen Mo. Yen Mo's brow shook as he watched the next fight. This time Bai Lian went forth only to be defeated in one strike. But even though he saw Han Yunfeng panting, Yen Mo shook his head with no admiration for the man. This guy is consumed with cultivation. Doesn't the demonic path contain obsession as well? This is the road he is walking. Huff. Despite having only struck twice in the valley, Han Yunfeng was breathing heavily. His head soaked in sweat. His brothers rushed over to help him. "Brother, are you all right? Let's just forget it. They're making it hard for you and toy with you. With the way you are now, what's the point of defeating the 6 of them when you won't be able to even stand? This is pointless. With a slight twitch of his eyebrows, Han Yunfeng slowly looked at Xuefan, only to see his solemn face and bland look. As if he looked down on him. Taking risks despite knowing it would fail was useless. But when Wen Tao's words came to him, that cultivation meant going against the natural order. If he lost this chance to fight the strongest, he would feel regret for the rest of his days. Han Yunfeng once again straightened his back and took a deep breath as he stared at Xuefan. Even if you do not put me in your eyes, mine will always be on you. My cultivation will never stop. Yes, that's the way, demonic young master. Wen Tao spoke as he witnessed the fight. This fight isn't to defeat him but to prove you fear no challenge. This is the only way you can go further. Xie Tianshang, next to him, looked at Han Yunfeng and then at Xuefan. He nodded just like when he set Xuefan as his rival. It wasn't to surpass him per se, but for himself to never stop pushing forward. Chapter 666, Soul Burst. Chapter 666, Soul Burst. Proofreader, Papatongs. Young Master Han, your next opponent shall be me. I won't be like the 2 you faced and won't hold back at all. Please be ready. Lu Xie walked before Han Yunfeng with a leisurely gait, bearing a twisted smile glaring at him lightly. Han Yunfeng said, I know. These days have shown me that you are the foulest person of all demon scheming sect. Ha ha ha. You're asking for it. Lu Xie's face fell, a bone-chilling bloodthirst flashing in his eyes. Then his body shook, and a huge green spider appeared in front. The green gas it released spread along the ground like a poisonous net. Han Yunfeng's brow shook and turned serious. He'd seen Lu Xie use this move before, with Mystical Heaven Sect, to cut the enemy off from all directions. In other words, Lu Xie planned on surrounding him instead of attacking him head-on. To finish in one move in this way, he became passive, making his plan to save energy fail here. He was sure this would become a stalling battle to wear him out instead. If it were just a single fight, this wouldn't matter. But in a round-robin, he could not let this happen. Qi Changlong couldn't help but sigh. Why is Lu Xie doing this? For young Master Han to fight all 6 of us is incredibly brave. Even if we are not exactly honorable, there's no reason to take it so far. You know as well his character. It's obvious one strike can win this. It's easy to win or give him a pass, but he would rather toy with him. Bai Lian scoffed. He plans on dragging this on, something Han Yunfeng could never accept. Qi Changlong sighed and shook his head. Meanwhile, Han Yunfeng looked around the spreading poison, and with a roar, the ascending howling lion flapped its wings. The fierce gale slammed into the ground, turning the area around him into sparkling blue ice crystals. It was then that the spreading poison stopped. The moment the green gas touched the crystals, it would stop in its tracks. Han Yunfeng shouted. An ascending howling lion shot for the green spider, going all out once more. Humph, useless. I'm not going to take you head-on. Lu Xie snickered and made a sign. The green spider scattered like before into thick mist. The thousands upon thousands of tiny spiders raced for Han Yunfeng under the cover of the mist. Whoosh. Ascending howling lion's strike hit nothing, but it turned back and went straight for Lu Xie. Ignoring the incoming flood of spiders, he actually opted to go down with his enemy. Han Yunfeng is truly ruthless. Meeting someone like Lu Xie, who wants to exhaust him, he instead stakes his life, going all out. Wu Qingqiu sighed. Yen Mo nodded. The kid's obsessed, and I like it. I hope to see him in the double dragon manner. For a person from middle 3 sects, and just a second layer of ethereal stage as well, it will be hard to enter double dragon manner. It's all up to the exalted. Yen Mo and Wu Qingqiu turned to the highest seats in the audience, where the exalted sat. Lu Xie looked at the lion with a smug grin. Ha ha ha, the more anxious you are to end this, the more you'll tire. Lu Xie made another sign, and lines of green flashed all over the lion. Just like a net, those lines connected and trapped it at the same time. The green pattern on the ground released green smoke, connecting to the net roar. With a mighty roar, the lion found it could not advance at all. Stuck in place grinning, Lu Xie gave Han Yunfeng a cocky look. "Young Master Han, it's your bad luck to have met me. Do you know how a spider feeds? It traps its prey in a web, letting it struggle and beg for death, then slowly eats it alive. This is quite a lengthy process too. You were rash for a quick battle, but then you got me, hi. Humph, that remains to be seen if your net is that tough." Han Yunfeng made a sign as his brow sweated harder. The lion roared as it struggled, and it trembled uncaring about the lion's actions. Lu Xie grinned. Poison explosion. Boom. The lion's body kept popping with great bangs sounding through the air. Han Yunfeng shook with every blow and even coughed up crimson blood. "Brother!" Third young Master Han and second young Master Han cried out in panic. The flying lion was Han Yunfeng's soul. Its wounds meant Han Yunfeng's soul wounds. It was such a heavy and sharp pain few could endure. The two gnashed their teeth and looked at Lu Xie in hatred, but Lu Xie only laughed. "Young Master Han, your demon soul sect's eldest young master, so I can't take your life, but you should know when to give. It's time for you to admit your defeat to me. This is as far as you go." Han Yunfeng was Demon Soul Sect's young sect leader, and defeating him would give him great merit back at the sect. Lu Xie was blinded by greed, so he did not follow in Qi Changlong and by Lian's footsteps in fighting head-on. Victory and merit were worth more than anything. He would be willing to do anything as long as it would help his ascent. Han Yunfeng's face twitched in pain, but he actually mocked Lu Xie. "Kid, you're not worthy. We'll just see about that." Lu Xie's face fell and his sign changed. The thousands of tiny spiders charged for Han Yunfeng, but they froze in place when they touched the blue curtain of light. Just then, Lu Xie shouted, and the tiny spiders exploded, breaking through the blue curtain and allowing the spiders behind them to advance. Han Yunfeng was now at his most dangerous. With a string of constant explosions, the barrier of light shrank more and more until it was gone. Lu Xie trapped his flying lion, and explosions also assaulted it. He was stuck, unable to neither attack nor defend. Han Yunfeng's face was heavy, feeling the sharp pain stinging his soul. He paled, and Lu Xie grinned as he changed his signs. The spiders drew nearer with every step, every second, and with them, Lu Xie's web closed around him. Everyone, including the audience, was at the edge of their seats for Han Yunfeng's fate. Third young Master Han shouted, "Brother, just give up. You defeated two experts and are weary. It's no loss even if you concede. This isn't about reputation, but whether I can walk further on the path of cultivation." Han Yunfeng's eyelids shook, looking in Zhuofan's direction. His eyes flashed and roared as his aura exploded once more. "Brother!" His brothers cried out in worry, "What's he up to?" Wu Qingxue was startled, having a bad feeling. Soul burst. Han Yunfeng made a sign. The trapped flying lion wailed in pain, and then exploded. Streams of blue light shot in all directions like a tidal wave everywhere, and everything froze under a layer of blue crystals. Those spiders were about to explode again, but they froze immediately before shattering to dust. Lu Xie spat blood, looking at the light show slowly diminishing. Followed by a roar, a lion without wings burst out and came for him. The sudden impact caught Lu Xie off guard, knocking him flying, trailing blood behind him. This was not as light as before, with just his soul a little bit shaken up. This time his entire innards were crushed, and there was a high chance his body was ruined. However, the people did not care about him, not even demon scheming sex members. In their eyes there was a lion that had lost its wings, and despite its thin state, it held its pride as it lay on the ground. Chapter 667 Man on the Path. Chapter 667 Man on the Path. Proofreader, Papatongs. "Young Master Han, why did you do that? watching the weak and frail lion lying on the ground since it struck Lu Xie, when Tao shook his head. If I had known you were so obstinate, I wouldn't have said what I had. Seeing you fall in such a plight feels like I harmed you myself. Xie Tianshang's eyes shook as he stared at the scene for a long time before sighing. I had spent my life only on martial arts, yet not even that can compare to Han Yunfeng's accomplishment. Soul burst, a desperate and last move to injure your opponent by exploding your soul. Unless it is the last resort, no one would ever use it, not when the recovery is painstakingly difficult. Even though Han Yunfeng had blown up his soul's wings, the damage to his soul is heavy and has also crippled his future. Putting the cart before the horse. Yan Mo watched from above with a sullen look. He was angry, but not at the result, and more about his inability to fight. Didn't he challenge Zhuofan so he could go further down the path of cultivation? Now that his soul is crippled, what was the point? Wu Qingqiu nodded, lamenting at the pity. Only Yi Lin disdained, looking at the lion in admiration. What do you, ignorant youngsters, know? The soul is important, but the damage isn't permanent, just somewhat annoying. If my guess is right, Double Dragon Manor, Zhuofan, and even me can all heal him. But the step he had taken today shall carry him for miles. The road of cultivation is fraught with obstacles. If one knows every effort was useless and stopped, that is as far as he went. But he has achieved his goal just because he chose to stake his life in this matter despite the obvious outcome. Even if he didn't get to fight with Zhuofan, his heart has grown to new bounds. The two squinted, watching Yi Lin in shock. Are soul wounds that meager anyone can heal? Double Dragon Manor, I get it, since they're the top in Western lands, but even you and Zhuofan are such miracle workers? Yi Lin noticed their gazes but said nothing. Tap. As the dust cleared, Han Yunfeng dragged his even more weary body, looking with a pale face at the bloody Lu Xie on the ground. I won. This is the third match. Lu Xie gnashed his teeth and found he could not get up. All that was left was the regret in his eyes. He would never have imagined Han Yunfeng would go to such extremes. I just said I didn't want your life. So why did you have to go as far as wound your soul to win? Lunatic, you're a true madman. At Lu Xie's unreconciled face, Han Yunfeng grinned, then he turned to Demon Scheming Sect, the next challenger. Brother, his two younger brothers shook, wanting to dissuade him. But seeing his determined look, they gave up. They knew that once their big brother was serious about something, there was no changing his mind. Demon Scheming Sect's team's hearts shook and looked from the frail lion to the weary Han Yunfeng. They held him in much more respect than before. Han Yunfeng would never achieve his goal, yet he fought regardless of the futility of his efforts. It was this determination that won them over. It wasn't just them. The entire audience was filled with respect. Gue, who walked forward. It's my turn. Please instruct me. Good, begin. Han Yunfeng strained to keep his body upright as he shouted. His lion also struggled to stand, roaring toward Gue, who despite how exhausted he was, his battle spirit never waned. Gue, who said nothing as he walked to Han Yunfeng. Second young Master Han was tense, worried about his big brother's fate. Han Yunfeng fixed him in his eyes. He knew well that there was no way he could fight an ethereal stage expert in the state he was in, but what amazed him was that Gue, who had no killing intent, as if he was only walking over. Han Yunfeng frowned and snapped. What's the meaning of this? Are you saying you can take me with just a finger? Gue, who did not reply. As he reached him, under the watch of thousands of pairs of eyes, Gue, who took Han Yunfeng's fist, struck his own chest with it 3 times, and then walked away. Startled, Han Yunfeng was stumped. The audience was baffled at this time. Kue Lang laughed as he came over, copying Gue, who by hitting his chest with Han Yunfeng's fist for 3 punches. My turn, hee hee. Kue Lang swaggered off. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Han Yunfeng asked. Yu Ling smirked and came over. What's so hard to understand? You just beat them, so the next one took their place. Aren't you challenging 6 ethereal stage experts? I'm the last one. Wait, Han Yunfeng had a weird taste in his mouth. Stop whining. It's just your fist, Yu Ling got before him and was about to do the same, but then she realized something. She looked at her perky chest and blushed, then waved. Never mind. I'm the weakest of the 6. Since you beat the rest, I'll just admit defeat. Yu Ling left with a wave as she gracefully walked away. Han Yunfeng was left stumped, his heart filled with complex emotions. Gui Hu, what the hell are you guys playing at? Zhuofan chuckled. Gui Hu shrugged. Steward Zhua, you saw it yourself. I took 3 fists of his and lost. Yep, me too. Kuei Lang bobbed his head. Zhuofan shook his head. 3 fists to the chest? Are you guys swearing an oath of brotherhood here? Since you all admit defeat, it seems I'll have to step in. Zhuofan stepped lightly, coming before Han Yunfeng. His eyes lit up with battle intent. I've waited so long for this. Ha ha ha, I always keep my word. Since you reached me, you have the right to hang out. Go ahead. Zhuofan smiled. Han Yunfeng cupped his hands in glee and began weaving signs. Seeing their big brother shine again, the 2 younger brothers were filled with pride. They also sent grateful looks to Gui Hu and the others. Thank you, brothers. Just showing our respect is all. Since your brother wants to fight Steward Zhuo with such passion, the least we can do is help out a little. Gui Hu's gang hit their chest in reply. However, just then, there was a light hum and a flash of light. The judge's aged voice came from outside. The 6 hours are up. Both sides cease fighting and come out. If you fight again, I'll consider it a grudge fight. What? Han Yunfeng shook and was unwilling. How can it be so fast? Then his eyes went dark and collapsed. Zhuofan's right sprung into action. But then he moved it back and used the left one instead to hold him steady. Brother Han, we'll fight next time. Han Yunfeng shuddered and turned his white face to Zhuofan. You'll still fight me? Of course, this is my promise. Since this time we can't, there's always next time. Zhuofan spoke with determination. Han Yunfeng's perked into a smile and his eyes closed. He was out cold. His soul, the lion, also vanished back into his body. Holding Han Yunfeng's body, Zhuofan was the first to go through the light. The 2 sex teams exchanged glances and followed after. Only Lu Xie, in his heavily wounded state, had to be carried out by Qi Changlong. Whoosh! The teams were back in the arena and were welcomed by a resounding round of applauses. Unlike the first challenge against Heaven Trailing Sect, the Demon Scheming Sect still held their absolute advantage, but they had a complete attitude change. Instead of abusing their opponent, they showed respect. Bar a particular someone, of course. This led to everyone having a whole new respect for Demon Scheming Sect. After looking at both sects, the judge coughed for silence and was about to announce the results when Zhuofan stepped forward. Elder, 10 people went into Sumer Dimension, and 10 have returned. Both sides have 1 seriously injured member. It should be a draw. Well, the judge was taken aback and nodded. Since you are willing to step back, I will help you. This challenge is a draw. This statement left the crowd in shock. All looking at Zhuofan. Reason dictated that Demon Scheming Sect held the ultimate advantage and was the real winner. But Zhuofan was willing to give up victory and give his opponent the greatest respect in an instant. The people were in awe of Zhuofan's style, and the Han brothers appreciated him too. Exalted He ran up above, nodded. The brat is walking the path, a true rarity. Few demonic cultivators have ever risen above their demonic nature. True. However, it's not just him. Ha 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 has also grown. Ha ha ha. Exalted by Mei chuckled and added another name to the list in 3 strong characters. Chapter 668. Hand in the Shadow. Chapter 668. Hand in the Shadow. Proofreader, Papatonks. With dusk approaching, the judge declared today's fight over. The middle 3 sects challenge round had been going on for a long time, with each stage taking 6 hours each. The next challenge stage shall be held tomorrow. The judge ended with a bitter look in Zhuofan's direction as if to say, "It's all your fault, you punk, for wasting our time." A whole day was wasted with just 6 single matches and 1 team battle in this yet unfinished middle 3-sex challenge round. Now you need 2 days for just 3 rounds? Why do you take your sweet time with it every time you're involved? First was the lower 3-sex round, now the middle 3-sex challenge round. Do you enjoy playing that much? Can't you go on a bit faster so I can lay to rest these weary bones a bit earlier? Zhuofan chuckled as if he knew what he was thinking. But then he turned his head away and rolled his eyes like it was not his problem. The judge sighed and shook his head. Just how on earth did such an obnoxious freak come from the tiny demon scheming sect, a lower 3 sect? After everyone dispersed, Zhuofan handed Han Yunfeng over to Demon Soul Sect with the promise that he would also heal his injuries before leaving. The Demon Soul Sect still doubted that such a heavy injury could even be healed. The guy isn't trying to dupe us, is he? Then again, tricking them wouldn't earn him anything. Their elder brother's wound was self-inflicted as he insisted on going on with the challenge. The Double Dragon Gathering used to be a cruel and bloody event. The fact they didn't wipe us out is already fortunate. What more could we ask? Therefore, Demon Soul Sect's team looked at the frail Han Yunfeng, thinking of his future bumpy path ahead of him, and sighed, the best talent in our sect, ruined just like that. Middle 3 sects, middle 3 sects. Meanwhile, Fiend Yang took his team back, shouting all the time, filled with joy and bliss from the achievement. Fiend Yang then felt like crying. Curses, it was freakin' hard too. Thinking back on our team in the last Double Dragon Gathering, of the 10 of us, only 4 returned home. I never thought this time our disciples would come back in one piece, and even earn us a middle 3 sect position. It feels like I'm still dreaming. I'm so damn happy. Humph, how can it ever compare to now? Fiend Een sneered. Double Dragon Gathering requires a team of 10 to participate. Back then, most of those candidates were just replacements for the elders, and venerables stuck their candidates in to earn them some merit. They weren't worth a damn on the stage. Unlike this time, where we only had 10, each is an elite by himself. Especially Zhuofan, who is worth 100. Thinking of the team battle, he alone could finish them all off, ha ha ha. Slapping Zhuofan's shoulder hard, Fiend Een laughed, but Zhuofan kept frowning and cursing on the inside. Hey, watch the hand, my right's still healing. Though he didn't say it, putting on a twitching smile and nodding. Fiend Gui praised as well. Here, on this Double Dragon Gathering, Zhuofan had earned the biggest credit. Without him, the disciples wouldn't have the strength to even fight. They wouldn't have what it takes to raise our sect's name. We even have the middle 3 sects and superior 3 sects coming to watch us. So when we return, the first thing we do is to reward Zhuofan. He is the future pillar of our demon scheming sect, ha ha ha. You're talking nonsense. Isn't it obvious by now? Fiend Yang sneered. Our position in the middle 3 sects is secured, and we even challenged 2 middle 3 sections. Even if it's just team battles, it will certainly not drag us back when it comes to the final score. Speaking of drag, I'm still annoyed that damn Mystical Heavens sect played us. Alright, it's all in the past now. Our objective is how to keep challenging. Fiend Een interrupted him. Fiend Yang gave a heavy nod, turning serious. The previous challenges were nothing to speak of, just small fries, while the next 4 sects are the real deal. Especially the top of middle 3 sects, the Sword God sect. Their strength is very close to a superior 3 sect. We must tread carefully. Venerable sirs, sorry to interrupt. However, just as they were getting to the crux of it, a faint voice broke their focus. Before we discuss the fighting tomorrow, could you perhaps heal me first? I feel my body is failing me. Whoosh! Startled, the fiends turned around and saw Lu Xie's weary look, lying on the ground with a miserable face like he was on his deathbed. Fiend Yang's face twitched as he cursed. You have the cheek to ask for help? What kind of brain do you have crammed in there to do what you did? You went as far as pushing the hard-headed Han Yunfeng to risk his life. Just look at Kuei Lang and the others. They know a hero when they see one. Their actions have spurred the public's respect for us and given Demon Scheming Sect a new look. While all you manage to do is get both of you on the deathbed, no one spares a look to you. You were seriously asking for it. Let me tell you, even if you did manage to beat him, it wouldn't have been of any worth. You'd only be reviled. Thanks to Zhuo Fan's final intervention, he patched up your mess. By the way, why would you even go so hard in blocking him anyway? Did you think he could have beaten Zhuo Fan? It's fine. He just couldn't help it and got his punishment. Fiend Yang still wanted to go on, but Zhuo Fan stopped him with a smile. Kuei Lang and the other are the same as Han Yunfeng. They have potential, which resonated with him, unlike the petty Lu Xie, who squabbles over petty affairs and can never understand such bravery. Just leave him be. At the end of it all, he's one of ours and shouldn't bother him. Fiend Yang huffed and shook his head. Zhuo Fan, I'm not talking about his character, but his brains. Originally, the demonic path wasn't popular, but now that we're a middle three sect, we may even get an entire empire for ourselves. The Double Dragon Gathering is the best chance to show off our mettle. But with his behavior, won't he scare off our potential funders? We may be a demonic sect, but we still have principles, unlike those rogue demonic cultivators. Here. We collect protection fees while those rogues only know to rob homes. Haha, Zhuo Fan chuckled. Lu Xie didn't like what he heard. Then back with Heaven Trailing Sect, Steward Zhuo asking us to toy with them isn't just as vile. For God's sake, here I am, taking your side, and you just had to make me look bad? He emphasized it with 2 kicks and grumbling. I did it on purpose. Everything was for power and grace. Since we wanted people to see us have virtues, we had to also show them we're no pushovers. This will help future deals go much easier in our favor. It's called preemptive strike, got it? Hear that? Steward Zhuo is a brilliant man, not something a pig-headed guy like you could ever measure up to. You'll only make a fool of yourself. Fiend Yang cursed at the side, then turned to Zhuo Fan. Sigh, we better teach this kid well, or who knows what trouble he might stir. No worries, I'll first heal him then teach him. Zhuo Fan snickered as he dragged Lu Xie into his room. The rest looked on and chuckled. Bam! In the room, Zhuo Fan threw Lu Xie on the bed, closed the door shut, then his face fell. Lu Xie, what was that just now? Were you about to spill the beans about Han Yunfeng as well? As Steward Zhuo, I just don't understand why you suddenly sent me a message to stall Han Yunfeng as much as I could. Why then do you now? Lu Xie spoke fearfully. Zhuo Fan squinted, and held his right hand. You did well when you stalled him, but if you dare say any word of this, I'd never. Lu Xie waved frantically. You'd better. Now stop asking questions. Zhuo Fan huffed and presented a vial in a flash of light. He threw it over. Take this. Don't come out in 3 days. You'll be back in shape. You don't have to join tomorrow's challenge. Just heal up. Zhuo Fan then walked out and slammed the door closed behind him. Lu Xie bobbed his head. But when Zhuo Fan was gone, he gnashed his teeth. He stared at the door with bitter resentment. Damn you, Zhuo Fan. You're the one working from the shadows, and while I take the fall, you take the glory. You get the merit and I get the can. Just you wait. This is far from over. Lu Xie turned to the vial Zhuo Fan threw and opened it after a moment of thought. This is just the interest of what you owe me. Zhuo Fan just left Lu Xie's room and then looked around. He returned to his room and took off his shirt. Looking at his right hand still bleeding, he gritted his teeth and frowned. Damn that fiend Een, he's like a bull. But what's with this healing rate? Just a little touch, and it's already opened up again. It's all thanks to Lu Xie's stalling, or my wound would have been exposed the minute I fought. Squinting, Zhuo Fan snickered to himself like a little weasel after his plan worked perfectly. Chapter 669. Danqing Shen's Purpose. Chapter 669. Danqing Shen's Purpose. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ha ha ha, I see. I was wondering why you were so odd before. When you switched to using your left instead of your right, it turned out it was wounded. A sudden old chuckle pierced Zhuofan's ears, making him shiver. He swished a shocked face around but only found an old drunkard. It looked as if he had been in Zhuofan's room from the start, taking his sweet time gulping down wine and looking at him with a penetrative sneer. His brow shook, and Zhuofan cried, "Senior, how did you get in? What, ain't I welcome?" Danqing Shen's face looked a little savage as he said, "I've told you already, there's nowhere on these lands I cannot go. No one can stop me." Ugh! Zhuofan's face stiffened, and he let out a strained laugh. "Ha ha ha, yeah. You do me a great honor seeing me, senior. You light my home with your presence. How could little old me ever refuse you? It's just that senior's sudden appearance caught me by surprise. TCH quite slick, I see. Who'll ever believe your smooth talk?" Danqing Shen sneered, then his cruel eyes snapped on the bleeding right hand. "You must be most annoyed this old man found out your secret." Speechless for a moment, Zhuofan's eyes spun all over the place, but then he chuckled as he strained to deny it. "Senior, how can you say that? How could a little old and average radiant stage disciple ever hide something from so many experts? Senior must be joking, ha ha ha." Even with the forced laughter, Zhuofan made sure to hide his wounded right back in his clothes. "Spare me your lies." Danqing Shen's face went cold, his piercing eyes staring right at him as he questioned, "Boy, tell the truth. Who gave you that wound?" Flicking his eyes around, Zhuofan waved him off. "Isn't it obvious? Having fought so many times, injuries are common. Sir also knows I am a tough man, not going to let a flesh wound bother me, so I endured it. Since Sir has found me out, then I am most grateful for your concern. Cut the crap. Don't you play dumb with me. I'm not buying it." Danqing Shen's face twitched and snorted. "I've seen your recent fights, and you think I don't know who you've been fighting? They couldn't even scratch you, let alone hurt you. Moreover, that wound is a through and through, clearly made by sword energy. Talk, where did you run off to?" Heart tensing, Zhuofan gave the old man a look. He clearly knew everything despite questioning him, so all he could do was admit it. "Senior, you're so astute, and I can't hide anything. I was curious, explored someplace, and got this little scratch for my troubles." "Boy, you sure are deceitful. Using your teammates that were toying with Heaven Trailing Sect, you sneaked away to check out the sacred mine. Not even the exalted double dragons figured you out. Boy, your plan was brilliant." "Ha ha ha, you're too kind, senior. Did it not fail to pull the wool over senior's brilliant eyes?" Zhuofan grinned at Danqing Shen, flattering him whenever he could the way he saw it. Since Danqing Shen had left Double Dragon Manor ages ago, he came to him after finding him out. It was a clear sign the old man wanted to negotiate something, so Zhuofan was working to lighten the mood and see what he wanted. Sparing him a glance, Danqing Shen sneered, "Easy on the flattery, boy. I needed one look and knew something was off about the show you pulled on Heaven Trailing Sect. Why did each disciple go after their prey and then return to that valley, all except you? Why were you so late for the show? Then there was the fight with Demon Soul Sect. It was clear from your demeanor that there was something with your right hand, though just a hunch. Now that I see it myself, it all became clear. You got guts, boy. The sacred mine is Double Dragon Manor's territory, yet you dare go in? Talk, who sent you? What is their purpose?" Danqing Shen barked. Zhuofan shrugged, muttering for a bit, "Senior, you're only fussing over trifles. No one sent me. I didn't even know there'd be a sacred mine in that place. I just felt that spiritual energy was incredibly thick when I entered. So curiosity got the best of me and I went to check it out. I never thought it would lead to such a careless mistake and got wounded." "Careless, you say? Who are you trying to fool?" Danqing Shen mocked. The sacred mines aren't important just for Double Dragon Manor, but the entire Western lands. While the mine's interference prevented an array from being set up, thousands of monitoring arrays existed before it. There's no way you could have bypassed them without inside help. And not just you. Even I, a former Double Dragon Manor disciple, have no idea where they've changed those monitoring arrays' positions, and just touching one of them will instantly get the two old coots on you. It may look like light protection when in fact, it's at the highest. It's like casting thousands of eyes on that place, taking in your every movement. Zhuofan's brow shook, so the monitoring arrays were placed by the Exalted in person. He had just skirted the two old guys' traps under their noses. Zhuofan sighed. That was close. How fortunate I'm an array master and a good one enough not to run into any of them. Glancing over, Danqing Shen resumed the inquiry. Talk. Why did you come here? Who's your contact in the Double Dragon Manor? Senior, I won't lie to you. I was just curious and took a look. That's all. Zhuofan chuckled. As for those monitoring arrays? I just had to read the terrain and energy flow to find them out. I always stepped in their blind spot, going in and out without a sign. I had no devious ploy at all. Danqing Shen's heart shook, looking at Zhuofan in shock and doubt. Those were set up by the Exalted themselves and hidden very well. Yet you saw them at a glance? Senior, my low cultivation might not show it, but I'm a 10th grade array master. Also, this is just what I can do now. If we discuss insights and theories in arrays, my accomplishments are way higher. Rolling his eyes, Zhuofan's face was solemn. I was a little nervous about when the two Exalted might find me in the short time I had, or I could have just broken them, you know. Danqing Shen looked at him, filled with skepticism. He did not believe him at first. The two Exalted set them up themselves and you, a snot-nosed brat, up and said you could break them? Even talent has limits. However, Zhuofan's confidence was too genuine to write it off as acting. Seeing hesitation play on his face, Zhuofan broke his thoughts with a smile. Senior, what do you need of me? How can I be of help? Boy, you've been caught messing around. Now you want to drag me into it too? Ha ha ha, Senior, you can't say that when it's you who came here for something. Now you approached me with the intent to test my limits, so how can it be all my fault? Zhuofan chuckled and shook his head. Danqing Shen's eyes flashed, praising his sharp mind, but his voice was still the same. Boy, I only came to check something and not for anything else. Stop your wild guessing. Oh, Senior, you're really haha, can't you be a little frank with me? Zhuofan shook his head, annoyed. Senior, you're not part of Double Dragon Manor. Since you found my secret trip to the sacred mine, you had no reason to come and question me. Yet you came nevertheless. For you to keep asking me about my contact only means you have two purposes. One, you still care about Double Dragon Manor and want to protect it by removing the danger, though that could have been easily done by dropping a hint about my actions. That leaves the second purpose for yourself, to eavesdrop. I think this one has a higher probability. Because that is your purpose, you need an insider who knows the ins and out of the current Double Dragon Manor. Didn't you say it yourself that you've been gone for ages? Eyeing Zhuofan, Danqing Shen's beard shook. He chuckled and shook his head. You're one little freak, you know that? You saw through me down to the last detail. No wonder in the fight with Demon Soul Sect, you let Lu Xie, who has been at odds with you, step in instead of others who would have listened just the same. Because he will do a better job. Ha ha ha, when using others, one needs to consider every aspect. Lu Xie is petty and untrustworthy. Though sometimes, for some things, only petty people can do them. Zhuofan's eyes glinted and snickered. Senior, what do you need of me? Please tell me. Danqing Shen's eyes shook and he finally sighed. I want the sword that injured you. Chapter 670, Twin Soul. Chapter 670, Twin Soul. Proofreader, Papatonks. What? Zhuofan's eyes widened as he cried, Sacred weapon? His heart tensed and his brow furrowed. He would never have thought Danqing Shen's return to Double Dragon Manor was for the sacred weapon worse, now that the said sacred weapon was now with him. Wouldn't telling get himself killed and robbed? Oh no, he can't know about this at all costs. Whatever I do, I must never allow him to suspect I have it. But when he reaches the cave, he'll know I have it when it's not there. How am I going to hide the truth? God damn it. What the hell is a top expert even doing setting his sights on a sacred weapon? It's a rarity even for me, so why should I just give it up? Seeing Zhuofan's heavy look, Danqing Shen was suspicious. What did you just say? Sacred weapon? Who told you that? When I entered the cave, I saw a very dangerous longsword with sharp spirituality that actually moved by its own will. It almost took my little life. There's no way it's the same as spiritual weapons, so in a moment of inspiration, called it a sacred weapon. Haha, Zhuofan lied through his teeth as he started blabbing. Danqing Shen nodded like it was natural. I see. It's something you named it yourself. I actually thought you knew Atlas Sword's history. Atlas Sword. Zhuofan gasped. Danqing Shen nodded. Yes, the Atlas Sword. The continent's 5 regions all have a sacred mine. In those sacred mines, over eons, nature itself forged a divine sword to guard them. The Western lands is this Atlas Sword, the one I want to obtain, but having left the Western lands long ago, I had lost my right to get it through normal means. All I can do is take it by force. Danqing Shen sighed and shook his head. That's why I hope I can get the map showing me the way to the sacred mine and obtain Atlas Sword. So that's why. Zhuofan gave an understanding nod, though his frown deepened. But when I saw Atlas Sword, it was savage. It almost took my life, and I barely escaped. Is Sir that sure that you can subdue it? Of course. Danqing Shen beamed in pride. Atlas Sword is a sacred weapon of this world, incomparable to every other sword out there. Even someone at my level would have a very hard time subduing it. It also cannot leave the sacred mine, which makes it even harder. But I grew up training with it while at Double Dragon Manor. Our will reflect on each other's thoughts to the point we are one. I once had the chance to have it. With enough sacred stones in my ring, the Atlas Sword would simply follow me instead. But then you know what happened. In my rage, I destroyed 10 sects, and the Exalted sealed that area, forcing me to leave. Otherwise, I would have long since taken the sacred sword and become almighty through all the lands. Zhuofan nodded, even as he was cooking a plan in his mind on how to dissuade the drunkard. So he said, since you didn't want it last time, why would you want it now? That's none of your business. Put in a difficult situation, Danqing Shen grumbled and stared at Zhuofan with conviction. Boy, didn't you say you saw the way through the monitoring arrays? I don't care if it's the truth or not, I just want you to draw me a safe path, and I'll make it worth your while. Well, Zhuofan was put on the spot, not knowing what to do. If he did that, it would be the same as sealing his fate. He could practically see Danqing Shen reaching the cave only to see it empty of no sacred stones and no sacred weapon. After a brief moment of shock, he'd go berserk. Won't he kill me in his rage? Zhuofan felt like he was handing out the noose to string himself up. Senior, have you ever thought the sword might accept someone else before you? That's not possible. Didn't I tell you? The sword has a will and won't just follow anyone. Unless... What? Zhuofan's eyes lit up with hope. Danqing Shen's mood darkened. Unless the Exalted kept the sword distracted. Atlas Sword has been under the Exalted's care, and it would definitely listen. If they wanted to move it, it would obey. Oh, in other words, you're not the sword's true love. Zhuofan bobbed his head and sighed inside. I can rest easy knowing there's a convenient scapegoat around. Therefore, he took out a blank jade slip, imprinted it with the right path, and then presented it to Danqing Shen. At this moment, they were in this together, with no one able to sell out the other. Danqing Shen took it and laughed. Great. Now I can do it. Ha ha ha, thank you, boy. It's no trouble. Senior is a straightforward person, and I'm sure helping Senior will definitely not go unnoticed. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved him off with an innocent face. Even when his words had obvious implications, Danqing Shen's face twitched. I just knew that when I told you my reason, you'd try haggling with me. Spill it, what do you want? I'll do all I can to achieve it. Senior, how can you say that? I'm not petty. A mere map is nothing. Zhuofan faked modesty. Danqing Shen rolled his eyes and mocked. Save it. With your keen mind, I could tell you're not one to lose out on anything. Now I am owing you a favor, and who knows what you'll do that'll make me have a hard time. No, I have to repay it today. Oh, then what does Sir think it's an appropriate reward that can compare with a sacred weapon? Zhuofan grinned. His smile twisted, but he never asked for anything, letting him come up with the price. This is all appealing to one's conscience. Moreover, there's no way a big shot like you would be stingy with a junior. Glaring at Zhuofan, Danqing Shen shook his head. Boy, you're truly sharp, to make me say it so that you won't lose out at all. An old man like me can't dupe a kid either. I planned on giving you a cultivation method or martial arts, but never mind. Since you said it has to match the worth of the sword, a mere cultivation method will look like an insult. True, so very true. Zhuofan bobbed his head, his grin ever present. He didn't care about any manuals. What could the mortal domain ever come up with that was worthy of his attention? What he wanted was a true expert's promise. Now that was the true reward. Danqing Shen pondered for a bit, then clapped. Fine then, I'll make this an exception and give you a secret art I created personally. This is sure to be enough. Danqing Shen's hand flashed, and a green jade slip rested in his palm. Zhuofan took it and squinted once. He read, Twin Soul Art. Right, that's the one. Danqing Shen nodded, smiling. Boy, you are so much like me back in the day, just as talented and proud. Senior, you call this a reward? Of a sort, yet also yes. Because we all form our souls in the radiant stage. Danqing Shen's eyes flashed, and he gave a vague grin. Startled, Zhuofan looked lost. Who'd have thought he is another one with ethereal stage power in the radiant stage? Zhuofan knew that the reason for the mighty power he had right now was due to the azure flame, while Danqing Shen just relied on himself to reach it. Now that was a true genius. Danqing Shen beamed. Boy, did you really think you're the only genius? My talent wasn't any less than yours in those days. How else do you think I surpassed my two masters and earned the title of the strongest in Western lands? All my success is attributed to having twin souls. Danqing Shen extended two fingers, and they started glowing azure before touching Zhuofan's forehead. In a blink, Zhuofan's vision changed, appearing in a golden world. There, a proud sword stood stalwart with a huge prismatic dragon winding around it, bearing its fangs and claws. It was none other than a heaven dragon soul whoosh. Zhuofan was back to reality. Senior. That's. Zhuofan's eyes widened in shock. Danqing Shen smiled in pride. See that? Those are my twin souls. One is the sword soul, and the other is the heaven dragon soul. They both exist at the same time, making my soul many times stronger than anyone else's. This is why I have become the best in Western land. The next one to have it, boy, will be you. Ha ha ha. Zhuofan shook, his face overwhelmed by what he saw and heard. Twin souls had never appeared even in the sacred domain. Since two souls meant they had to fight for supremacy. However, those two souls were peacefully coexisting in the same place. What's going on? Zhuofan's eyes glinted as they rested on the jade slip. So even the mortal domain has some nifty stuff. Chapter 671. 3 Conditions. Chapter 671. 3 Conditions. Proofreader, Papatonks. The formation of the soul usually only happens once, in the ethereal stage, the culmination of one's spirit. Seeing Zhuofan staring intently at the jade slip, Danqing Shen nodded and explained. However, Zhuofan, we are different. We've reached the culmination in the radiant stage and formed our souls. This way we can form our soul once again. Zhuofan turned solemn, listening to his every word. Danqing Shen's eyes were hard as he warned. But this chance has some conditions. One of them is that the second soul forming has to be far stronger than the first, or the first soul would interfere and would make it harder. That's easy since it's obvious. Since I formed my soul in the radiant stage, my spirit would be stronger when I reached the ethereal stage. Zhuofan spoke like it was obvious. Danqing Shen smiled and shook his head. Ha ha ha, to others, that might be the case, but it will pose a challenge for you. Why do you say that? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow in doubt. Danqing Shen's eyes shone as he continued. This is related to the second condition of the twin soul. No mountain is higher. Since the second soul has to expend your spirit, it must be stronger than the first soul so that it can suppress it and form. Otherwise, it's a failure. That I see. Zhuofan's brow shook, already understanding what he was saying. Heaven Dragon's soul was world energy taking form, one of the best a soul could ever become. So what could possibly be stronger than a Heaven Dragon's soul? Danqing Shen saw through his worry and sighed. Alas, you did not meet me earlier. Or, having seen how alike we are, I would have warned you when forming your first soul. Just like how I formed the sword soul first, then the Heaven Dragon soul to suppress it and accomplish the twin soul art. Senior, that's just hindsight. I refuse to believe that if you were presented with the chance to form the Heaven Dragon soul the first time, you would first wait for the sword soul. I bet you didn't even know twin soul was possible. Zhuofan rolled his eyes. Ugh. Danqing Shen's heart jerked, but he nodded. True. When I formed the sword soul, I had no chance of forming the Heaven Dragon soul first. However, it was this that gave me insight on how to achieve the twin soul of today. What if I form a second Heaven Dragon soul? Zhuofan's eyes lit up since the second soul had a hard time surpassing the first. Making them equal was better. I'll just have to scour the world for some 10 more Earth Dragon souls. How hard could it be? However, Danqing Shen shook his head. Boy, you know full well that a mountain ain't big enough for 2 tigers. If a man formed a twin soul of the same type, it would be a true toil. That is why a person can't have 2 beast souls. If you want them to coexist, they have to be different. When you try to form another Heaven Dragon soul, your first one won't just sit still. It will fight for its turf and will make sure you fail. Which takes us to the third condition, harmony. Take your room, for instance. You'd be annoyed if someone waltzed in yet wouldn't even bat an eye when an ant slipped in. Why is that? Because you don't see it as a threat to your interests. It is like you consider this room yours, and the ant will also see it as their nest. You live in harmony despite sharing the same room. I see. In other words, the Heaven Dragon soul sees your sword soul as nothing more than a prop. Heaven Dragon soul is a reptile at the core, so the two have no conflict of interests, resulting in harmony. Zhuofan's eyes lit up. Danqing Shen nodded. That's exactly it, child. While the spirit is unique, the soul is a twin one, resting within it in harmony. As for how to achieve this, it's all written down in that art. Do your best and read it carefully. This is as far as I'm going to help you, ha ha ha. But senior, while I can understand all the other stuff, how am I going to form a soul stronger than the Heaven Dragon soul? Please enlighten me, senior. Zhuofan pondered for a moment, then cupped his hands. Danqing Shen shook his head. I have no solution either. It's all down to luck, ha ha ha. Danqing Shen turned around and was gone. He ran away. In any case, I returned the favor and freed myself of this tie. Your success will now solely rest on your shoulders. I'm powerless anyway, ha ha ha. Wait, senior. Fan hastily said, but he no longer sensed the old man around. Damn you, old coot, and your wretched favor! You gave me some twin soul art and got me intrigued, only to leave me high and dry when it's the hardest. What now? I know this strange art is nearly impossible to train in, but now I'm so piqued I can't let it go. Damn ungrateful old geezer. You clearly used it to lure me. How am I supposed to form a soul stronger than that dragon soul? Your secret special art is useless to me. But then Fan thought differently. Danqing Shen wants the sacred weapon that I got before him. The map I drew for him will just lead him to nothing. So this isn't a favor, but a practical joke. So he no longer felt cheated. It's up to me to make the most of this. What matters is that I got away scot-free. There's no point in worrying over it any longer. And so, Fan's hand flashed, and Blood Infant came out of his body and turned into that demonic sword he was now holding, looking at the pommel. He did find the word Atlas engraved on it. Oh, Atlas sword, I was in such a rush then that I had no time to find out your name. Now I see it really is what that old guy wants. I just hope he never comes back to me to get it, or I'm finished. Fan traced the blade as he said, however. Just then, the old voice of Danqing Shen sounded again. By the way, boy, I don't think you'll ever get to hide your wound in battle. If the two exalted find out, you'll be in trouble. Senior, you're back. Startled, Fan hurriedly stuck the sword in his gut, running his body through it, making him grimace as blood seeped. The longsword snickered and turned into Blood Infant before hiding in his body, glaring at his gut. Fan crunched his teeth. Is this guy blind? The old man is back, and yet it's still delayed hiding. What if he found out? Fortunately, the wound this time was just skin deep, so Fan ignored his self-injury and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I have a brilliant plan." "Oh, that's good. But just in case misfortune takes you, you had better not drag me in as well and just say what happened to you. Or else." Danqing Shen smiled coldly and sighed, "What a shame you got so many eyes on you. I would have nipped this trouble from the start just to keep a clear conscience, but it will only have the opposite effect right now." Fan's cheek twitched, and he rolled his eyes at the old guy's whining. This guy takes matters into his own hands. Thank God I'm a shower and everyone's now interested in me. He won't touch me, or it'll make things worse. Otherwise, if nobody discovered his secret, he'd be wiped off the face of this world. Since the outside of his room was quiet, he figured the old guy had left. Fan eased a breath and looked at the jade slip in his hand. Humph, might as well hang on to it just in case. I'll know more after I inspect it thoroughly. Fan started reading the jade slip carefully. His face shook as he delved deeper. The more he read, the more excited he got. Danqing Shen is a true genius to come up with such a mystical art. Such a shame he's from mortal domain and had a poor start. If he were from a sacred domain, he might reach saint level. On the morrow, the arena was packed in minute. All were pushing and rushing to get the best seat, excited for what would follow. After all, this battle had great significance, that of the greatest underdog that ever lived fighting the strongest middle three sect, Sword God sect. Sword God sect was also recognized as one to be just under a superior three sect. In other words, if Demon Scheming sect won this challenge, they would threaten the positions of the superior three sections, be it the national delegates or the other sect teams. All were here to watch history being made. The chances were high that Western land's status quo and sphere of interests would shift after this fight. One more reason why they should pay close attention. Ching, the superior three sects are here as well. Look at how serious they are. They must feel threatened. Shui Ruahua pointed at a few sects as she spoke in shock. Tell me, do you really think Demon Scheming sect threatens the superior three sects that had been unchanged for thousands of years? Chu Qingqing had a radiant smile. When he steps in, no one's position is ever safe. I've seen it happen so many times it has become a common occurrence. The bigger and stronger they are, the more likely they are to be thrown down from their throne by him. It's only natural to feel nervous, ha ha ha. Chapter 672, Gentle Sword. Chapter 672, Gentle Sword. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sister Qingqing, you believe in him that much? The next 4 sects are in an entirely different league than the ones before. Danner fluttered her big eyes. Chu Qingqing's expression never changed. He is a miracle worker. If there's anything he wants to do, then nothing is impossible. I do not doubt it. The rest's hearts chilled looking at her. Only Xian Xiaoyu's face turned heavy and morose. Whoosh. The judge was back in the center of the stage. He bowed before the exalted double dragons sitting in the highest spots and then shouted, "Disciples of Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect, enter." As his words fell, the 2 groups walked in. Sword God Sect was led by Wen Tao, though he seemed to have lost his casual nature. Now sporting a grave and serious look. Demon Scheming Sect was led by Zhuofan, of course, only this time they were just 9, bearing Lu Xie. It was clear that the guy got the worst wounds yesterday, and could not fight with the 2 sides' disciples in the arena. The judge looked from one to another, then spoke to Zhuofan. Demon Scheming Sect has only 9 participants and is at a disadvantage. Do you have a replacement? Thank you for your concern, Elder. Demon Scheming Sect cares about quality and not quantity. We will fight even if we are missing 1 man. Zhuofan cupped his hands, striking a heroic figure and earning the respect and admiration of the crowd. The judge nodded and turned to Wen Tao for his response. Wen Tao simply smiled and cupped his hands to him and the Demon Scheming Sect. My Sword God Sect is not one to take advantage of one's moment of weakness, but Demon Scheming Sect is just so strong that we have to take it seriously. Even if it had only 1 person remaining, Brother Zhua, we'd still fight him, all 10 of us as determined as ever. That's why, ha ha ha, Brother Zhua, please show leniency. Brother Wen is too polite. Zhuofan cupped his hands as well, his eyes flashing. When Tao sure is slick and charismatic. He is devoid of the arrogance that plagues those with status, bereft of a loser's cowardice. Instead, he shows a humble and steadfast attitude, his kindness hiding a ruthless nature. He does not lose his pride and does not flaunt it either. While this won't make him outstanding, he does garner respect with his amiable nature. Just like they say, the gentle sword is sharp and smooth. Since both sides agree, we will begin the match. The judge flicked his hand and shouted, "Open the dimension!" The last battle of the middle 3 sects challenge stage, between Demon Scheming Sect and Sword God Sect, begins. Whoosh! Those 2 elders once again walked on stage and opened a path to the valley. When Tao smiled and offered kindly, "Brother Zhua, after you." "Oh no, Brother Wen, after you." Zhuofan returned his gesture, and the 2 sides vanished in a white flash. The audience was in awe. The Demon Scheming Sect isn't savage to everyone who walks their way. At the very least, towards the Demon Soul Sect and the Sword God Sect, one demonic and the other righteous, they look quite friendly. That meant Heaven Trailing Sect's brutal fate wasn't without reason. You're just too cocky. Why would the other give you any respect if you start threatening another? Soon, the people came to an understanding of the sect's demeanor. Demon Soul Sect was one to value duty and gratitude, Sword God Sect stood on ceremony, and Demon Scheming Sect responded with the same coin depending on their adversary. As for Heaven Trailing Sect, the eyes of the crowd turned to their location to see just 2 people. Ren Tsong, among them, looked bitter and stared at Zhuofan with all the hatred he could muster. This attitude earned the people's contempt. Showing off gets you killed off, idiot. Suddenly, the hearts of the people had made their choice. If the status of the 9 sects shifted in this competition, some strong empires would take the initiative to invite certain sects among them. The benefits, of course, would be greater for both sides. While demon-scheming sect's cruel act on the heaven-trailing sect had earned their disgust, the next two matches showed how heroic they were, changing the public's view. As for the disgust, it was all shifted to heaven-trailing sect. They were sure of it now that they deserved what they got. Who told you to be rampant? A petty and unceasingly pedantic sect will never have enough. In this manner, the funders wrote heaven-trailing sect as the worst sect to have. Unless they had absolutely no choice in the matter, they'd never accept it. Otherwise, they would shoot down any attempts this sect had to come to their lands. As if he could sense everyone's despise and disgust, Ren Tsong glared at them, and they balked in fear. Then Ren Tsong turned back to hating Zhuofan with gnashed teeth. Wasn't he the victim here? How did he earn public ire after all he had been through? It made no sense. Elder Qi grumbled, his face heavy. However, just then, a faint voice reached their ears. Elder Qi, young Master Ren, my master would like to send a message to sect leader Ren. Would you care to talk? Who are you? The two turned around and saw someone covered in all black, shaking and instilling a feeling of weakness. As if a light breeze could topple him, his head hung low, blocking his face. When he rose his head, his pale face was there for all to see, shocking the two to the core. Lucia, what do you want? Meanwhile, Zhuofan's team had returned to the valley. Just like last time, he jumped back and said to Wen Tao, like I said, who could get on my level? Before he finished, Wen Tao's teasing came. I knew you'd do this, so I came up with the perfect way to deal with your 8 bodyguards. 8? Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and mocked. You're an ethereal stage expert, and I have 6 that can match you. Though 1 is down with wounds, 5 is still enough. So where did you come up with 8? Besides, all 10 of you are ethereal stage experts. You could easily handle them. Ha ha ha, that just won't do. Since Brother Zhuo set up this trial, I must brave it myself. Won't I earn Brother Zhuo's contempt by using my junior brothers to resolve problems? When Tao smiled, the other 9 Sword God sect disciples, Xie Tianshang included, nodded. They stepped back and looked solemn, determined not to get involved. Qi Changlong squinted and grew angry. Wen Tao, are you saying you can take us 8 together by yourself? Humph, talk about arrogance. You might be in the 4th layer, but we have 2 in the 3rd layer, 1 in the 2nd layer, 2 in the 1st layer, and 5 ethereal stage experts. Not even you can beat us. That remains to be seen. Wen Tao sneered. Sometimes, a difference in cultivation does not reflect a difference in strength. Brother Zhuo is the perfect example of this, always able to overcome the gap in the most overwhelming fashion. While we are just 1 layer apart, our strengths are another matter altogether. Ha ha ha. When Tao chuckled and shot forth, Brother Zhuo, you'll be fighting soon enough. This is just a warm-up. In mere moments I'll deal with these guys, who won't be able to do anything. What nerve! You take us for nothing, is that it? Think you will reach Steward Zhuo that fast? Qi Changlong huffed and made a sign. In an instant, a seal 100 meters high appeared overhead and slammed down on Wen Tao. Wen Tao couldn't care less, leisurely pointing 2 fingers ahead. Whoosh! A sword wave clashed with the huge seal, sending it flying. It then disappeared midway, having returned to Qi Changlong. Qi Changlong shuddered and spat blood. He sank to his knees, unable to get up again. What? Only 1 blow? The crowd was in an uproar, unable to believe their eyes. To them, Qi Changlong was second in strength to Zhuofan. They never thought it possible. Just a layer difference, even when the soul was taken out, would still be defeated after 1 blow. Such a difference made no sense. All turned grave as they watched Wen Tao. Even Zhuofan, though he did not care much, he did have a vague smile. Chapter 673, A Hit. Chapter 673, A Hit. Proofreader, Papatongs. Sorry, Brother Qi. I went easy, and you should just lie there for 6 hours, and you'll be fine. Wen Tao walked on, speaking words of comfort to Qi Changlong, as if to show sympathy for the loser, but the look he got from Qi Changlong was that of refusal and indignation. This is naked humiliation. Wen Tao wasn't one to be outrageous, maybe not even aiming to humiliate him. Still, having his all-out attack flicked away by a finger, this was the second time this top genius of demon scheming sect had received guidance. Bearing Zhuofan, this was the gap in strength, this was the gap between the top of the middle three sects and the lower three sects. Yes, they were challenging the superior three sects, but all knew full well who the instigator was. Other than a freak like Zhuofan, who could even take on superior three sects disciples, the rest were still lower three sects material. No matter what tricks Zhuofan used to grow them to a middle three sect level, a mere clash with a true genius of a middle three sect showed just how far they still were. Even Heaven Trailing sect and their cowardly disciples, did they not have the Tsong twins? Those two beat all six of them like nothing. Only when Zhuofan stepped in were they dealt with in Demon Soul Sect's match. Han Yunfeng was clearly weaker than them by a layer, but he pushed on one fight after the next. Ignoring the last three, the first three fights were done at full power. He fought three people and still won this time. They were up against Wen Tao, the strongest in the middle three sections. Only now, it dawned on them just how lacking they were. Qi Changlong looked up at Bai Lian to see her use all she had, but ended up defeated in the same brief manner as he was. Wen Tao went through them with practiced ease, like they weren't even worth the attention. Wen Tao was called the Gentle Sword. His mind was sharp and he paid close attention to courtesy. He held no contempt for any of them. But even so, it was because of their profound weakness that it made this upstanding peer brush them off. It gave Qi Changlong a deep feeling of powerlessness. Middle three sects and lower three sects were different breeds. They might earn a middle three sect spot, but catching up to a real middle three sect would take years and years of hard work. Steward Zhua had taken them here, but it was up to them to do the rest. Qi Changlong sighed within, having come to a decision. Wen Tao walked forward freely and unfettered. Gui Hu, Kuei Lang, and Yu Ling weren't startled, choosing to attack him together. Wen Tao, don't think that you'll have it any easier just because you took down senior brother Qi and Bai. However, Gui Hu's words were met with three muffled sounds when Tao popped behind them the next second. Then their necks stiffened and froze on the spot, only to collapse soon after. Sorry, you're not enough to block my path. Wen Tao smiled as he turned to Yuer, Tai-Ying, and Kuei Gang, the three in the radiant stage. The trio's faces fell, unnerved and unsettled. Wen Tao gave a warm smile, saying, "We'll take care of your freakish steward in a moment. So please stay down and don't disturb us." Wen Tao swiped two fingers in front of the trio, and they fell powerlessly. The demon scheming sect's disciples, except Zhuofan, were on the ground. Sword God sect had yet to suffer a single defeat. Moreover, all was quickly done by Wen Tao himself. It made all the onlookers speechless from shock. A single man had almost defeated the biggest underdog of the competition. Such power was unheard of. Even the superior three sects disciples were stirring. I never thought Wen Tao would be so strong. Sword God sect's disciples truly are worthy to be in the superior three sections. As long as Wu Qingqiu looked intently at the fighting in the valley, especially at the lone Zhuofan. This final roadblock is removed. Then we'll be meeting Sword God sect in a challenge. Yenemo squinted but mocked. That's just it, the biggest roadblock and Sword God sect's biggest headache. Wen Tao only got rid of the small fries, leaving this dragon of the deeps alone. Even if all 10 gang up, they might not defeat him. Oh, now that you mention it, we've never seen all 10 of Sword God sect's team fight together. Yet you're saying they can't measure up to Zhuofan? Wu Qingqiu looked astounded at Yenemo. I admit Zhuofan is tough, but Sword God sect is no pushover either. If there will be 10 against 1, I do believe the odds are even. Yenemo gave him a long look, then shook his head. That's because you never took on the punk's fist. I'll have to agree with Yenemo on this. The final winner in this fight is Zhuofan, without a doubt. Yilin nodded. Wu Qingqiu gave him an odd look and chuckled. Junior brother, are you that certain? You didn't fight him either. Do you have to ask? Since he's my archenemy, I am more than sure. If he can't even deal with this little scuffle, how is he worthy of being my fated rival? Yilin smiled, but then he turned serious. And I can sense that the berserk power within him is no less than mine. If I could cope with mine, then he had to have subdued it as well. Eyeing him, Wu Qingqiu nodded his head and resumed watching the fight on the other side. At Mystical Heaven Sect, the girls were restless in their worry for Zhuofan. Danner even pointed at the solitary figure. Sister Qingqing, he's now alone against 10. Will he be fine? Shui Ruohua furrowed her brows and turned to Chu Qingqing, eager for her reply. Humph. Facing the strongest in the middle 3 sects, the punk's done for. He Xian Xiaoyu got ahead of Chu Qingqing, enjoying his predicament. This earned a roll of the eye from the girls. They just could not understand where their refined young master had gone to. Ever since the matter with Yenimo, their young master was becoming more and more sinister, incurring their dislike. Chu Qingqing did not mind his rude interjection. She looked at Zhuofan in complete confidence. No need to worry. He has always been alone. Having a few people around cheering for him won't matter, since whenever he faces someone, it's always by himself. Alone? But this is a team battle. He never once thought about relying on others? The girls frowned as they saw Zhuofan's tranquil gaze. It was as if having all his teammates taken out by Wen Tao meant nothing. Wen Tao noticed it as well, and he became even more solemn. Everyone knew that man, by nature, was a social animal. Even a loner would, more often than not, become dependent on the people around him. They would always feel something when these people come to harm, even if these people proved useless. The time spent alongside them proved this would happen. However, Zhuofan didn't so much as twitch. He was like a sword stuck in a huge rock, proud and unmarred by anyone that approached it. Like he wasn't part of the demon scheming sect, and its disciples had nothing to do with him. To this guy, beating demon scheming sect doesn't equal defeating him. Suddenly, when Tao chuckled and his face grew hard, "Ha ha ha, looks like we're just going to start fighting again." When Tao's hand flashed and was now holding a greenish sword that oozed sharpness, a 9th-grade spiritual weapon no doubt, and charged at Zhuofan, dealing with the earlier small fries. He treated it like a game. However, he was facing Zhuofan now, and taking out his spiritual weapon showed how deadly serious he was in this fight, investing in it with all his being. Empty grace sword wind. Whoosh! Just like a shooting start, when Tao stabbed at Zhuofan with his sword, the sharp energy around it was so acute it could almost cut space itself. He was on him in an instant. Zhuofan's heart jumped, even as his face remained still. He smirked as his right eye shone in 4 golden halos. Divine Eye of the Void's 4th stage, Space Crusher. Boom! As if the space itself exploded, all plants 100 meters around Zhuofan started to shake and drift away into nothingness. Wen Tao started and shot back in haste, but his sword was in the range of Space Crusher, constantly moving and dissipating the spatial disturbance at the same time. That dissipated spatial power turned into a rumbling power flowing unabated in Space Crusher's range. This is sword energy that can wander inside Space Crusher? Zhuofan cried out, damn it. Too little, too late. The sword energy roaming in Space Crusher focused on the sword, and Wen Tao made a sign. The sword energy gathered on the sword released a powerful force that tore an opening in Space Crusher, and the sword made a beeline for Zhuofan using this gap. Scarlet blood flowed. Zhuofan raised his right to block in a panic, but the sword ran his hand through. However, neither the audience nor the fighters noticed Zhuo's sly smile. A great hit. This will do well. Chapter 674. Let Loose. Chapter 674. Let Loose. Proofreader, Papatongs. Ah! Scarlet blood dripped on the ground, dyeing the earth red. Zhuofan's face throbbed as his face slowly took on a much darker tone. Until now, his nigh invincible right arm was twitching in correlation with the pain it sent. Mystical heaven, sex girls gasped, filled with worry. Danner was frantic. Sister Qingqing, he's hurt badly. Lightly furrowing her brow, Chu Qingqing's heart tightened in silence. She had complete and utter confidence in Zhuofan that no matter what he faced or when this man would always come out on top. Even now, her belief hadn't been stirred. Yet despite this, she could still feel pain and worry for him when she saw Zhuofan's bloody right hand. This was Chu Qingqing's stance. She saw herself as nothing less than Zhuofan's woman. If a woman did not trust her man, then she could never call herself his to begin with. However, she would keep her eyes on her man, and the slightest wound would fill her with worry. It might sound contradictory, and it was. Why worry when you believed he would win? This worry proved, in fact, you didn't believe him. This was the nature of women, filled with contradictions yet emotional to the core. Trust and tenderness. Looking at Chu Qingqing, her eyes filled with worry and anxiety, Xue Ruohua's opinion of her never fell. It occurred to her, then and there, and she looked back at Zhuofan with a sigh. It looks helpless and bitter, but I yearn for it. How is this possible? I had never managed to scratch him, and a measly Wen Tao ends up piercing that freak's arm? Yenemo was overwhelmed by such a radical development on the screen that he shouted his indignation. Wu Qingqiu eyed him, then smiled. Yenemo, aren't you a bit too conceited? I find Wen Tao just a layer under you but no less weak. Coupled with the fact he made a sneak attack while exercising caution, Zhuofan was bound to be hit hard. Maybe he underestimated his opponent since he was from a middle three sect. Brow shaking, Yenemo was still incredulous. An almighty expert like Zhuofan, who resisted him every step of the way, would make such a gross miscalculation as overlooking sneak attacks, especially when he could still hear Zhuofan's patronizing and preaching words. Sure, they were insufferable, but every word showed just how cautious this freak was, meticulous to the core. So how the hell would he suddenly turn sloppy in the face of challenging the middle three sect's strongest sect? It was too basic a mistake to make. What if it's on purpose? While Yenemo was using every bit of brainpower to figure out just what he saw, a faint voice pierced the fog. Yi Lin's sharp eye never left Zhuofan. His brow furrowed, his face solemn. Wu Qingqiu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Junior brother, where did that come from? Yenemo looked at him as well, eager for the reply. Just a hunch, nothing more. Yi Lin shook his head and said, I don't believe he ever underestimates his enemy and makes such a gross mistake by taking this fight as trivial. The only plausible explanation is that he did it on purpose. Rolling his eyes, Wu Qingqiu shook his head and sighed. Junior brother, you're just too stubborn. No one is perfect and we all make mistakes. Just because you find someone that caught your eye doesn't mean only you can beat him. Can't the rest of us have a sliver of chance as well? You try finding anyone who agrees with that logic, ha ha ha. Yenmo's face twitched, but he shook his head in the end, thinking, here, I thought this guy is great but only has this dumb reason. Yi Lin spared them a brief glance but said nothing. He kept staring at Zhuofan with all his focus to see if he could find anything that unraveled the mystery. While Wu Qingqiu and Yenemo didn't understand Yi Lin's reasoning, there was one person in this vast audience that saw through Zhuofan in the shadows. A glittering pair of eyes blinked at Zhuofan's right, now gushing with blood, with a smirk. Ha ha ha, this punk is cunning indeed. He actually found such a grandstanding way of hiding his wounded arm. Danqing Shen held his beard as he smiled in amazement. The kid could scout the sacred mine, and the wound he got from Atlas' sword could only be hidden for so long. I never dreamed he would think of using someone to strike his wound and hide its origins. I don't think there'd be any more reasonable explanation than this. But what is truly shocking is he actually went with it. He used his sect's disciples in the fight with Demon Soul sect to stall. He didn't fight Han Yunfeng because the kid was too weak. If he ended up wounding this grand dark horse, then it would only raise suspicion. However, if it was Wen Tao instead, his power fit the bill, making this kind of wound obvious. It's truly rare for someone like him to know patience and understand choices. Anyone else thinking this plan would not consider every detail and would just fake being wounded in the fight with Demon Soul Sect. And that would have had the opposite effect, ha ha ha. Danqing Shen chuckled. His strength and sharp mind make him a marvel of this world. I would have taken this boy along if I had not come for the sword this time and didn't want to raise alarm. Sigh, what a shame. Shaking his head, Danqing Shen's figure was gone from the shadows meanwhile. With a groan, Wen Tao made a sign, and the sword stuck in Zhuofan's right flew back in his hand, gazing at the bright edge of his sword and then at Zhuofan's red arm. Wen Tao's brow was furrowed in puzzlement. Even he found it hard to believe he could land such a heavy blow. But then he cupped his hands in respect. Ha ha ha, brother Zhuo, sorry. I hope you will overlook my overbearing attack. It's fine since I won't be going easy either. Zhuofan flicked his right and splattered the blood, covering it on the ground. His face was heavy and his voice was low, as if enraged. Though no one figured out yet that his heart was dancing in joy. Now I don't have anything to worry about and can let loose, ha ha ha. Wen Tao's face twitched. Brother Zhuo, it wasn't on purpose. I didn't mean to give you such a heavy wound. I was only distraught by Brother Zhuo's power but never imagined. You mean to say I don't live up to my name? That I'm not so tough to even take one hit? Is that it? Zhuofan faked anger. Then, Brother Wen, allow me to show you all that I'm capable of. Now I can't waste Brother Wen's kind intentions, can I? Wen Tao's mouth twitched and he shook his head. But then his gaze steeled. Let's go. Since Brother Zhuo wants to let loose, then I'll be happy to oblige. Wen Tao swung his sword, and an invisible ripple shot from its edge straight for Zhuofan. However, unlike the brash space crusher's way of unleashing its power, the sword's vibrations were gentle, like silken threads drifting with the winds, as a dinghy on wave doth drift, and willow branch bend in the wind so swift, never more than a finger lift. Such is the way of peace and gift. With that poem, Wen Tao pointed at his sword and smiled. Brother Zhuo, the name of this sword is Ephemeral Life, a gentle and aloof sword. It drifts with the world and stands free of burden. It is not a sword meant for brute force but refined and carefree in nature. But even gentleness has power. Even it can take a life. Do take care, Brother Zhuo. Zhuofan's heart sank, and he understood his meaning in Space Crusher. Everything was pulverized, yet this sword's sword energy remained because it used softness to glide through brute force. However, while the sword looked soft, it was hard. Only when combined with that gentle sword energy could it release such a power that could break Space Crusher. Recalling the sword's name, Zhuofan had figured out everything. Such is the way of peace and gift. This did not mean it was weak, but it was crafty and ready to pounce when the time was right. While a breeze could not shift a mountain, it can move me with it, thus borrowing its power with time and unleashing it all at the right time. This was the meaning of the sword's name, and what made gentle sword Wen Tao deadly. Gentleness acted as entrapment, while hardness struck one's defenses, ending everything in a split second just like before. Having understood all about his opponent, he also had the perfect response. Raw power could not beat gentleness as it was meant to carry it. Only through destruction and instant annihilation could he finish this before the opponent gathered momentum. Zhuofan sported a vague grin, with purple lightning arching around his right hand. The fist turned into a dragon claw, ready to rip the sky. Wen Tao was startled, his face twitching. Did I just talk too much? Showing off allowed this punk to find my sword's weakness. Wen Tao felt like smacking himself hard to wake up. Chapter 675. Soft to Hard. Chapter 675. Soft to Hard. Proofreader, Papatonks. Brother Zhuo is truly an astute man, to able to understand my gentle sword. Ha ha ha. When Tao glanced at the purple lightning and let out a strained laugh, Zhuofan grinned. You're far too kind. It's Brother Wen who explained it to me. It's truly a dumb thing to show off all your cards before the fight even begins. But today, I witnessed Brother Wen's actions and heard your words. Now I have a whole new view of it. Brother Wen didn't do it out of foolishness, but as a generous gentleman, ha ha ha. Everyone watching the fight burst out laughing. When Tao looked bashful, maybe regardless of being a fool or a gentleman, I'm sure with Brother Zhuo's perception, you would have noticed it after a couple of moves without even me saying it. Rather revealing this before the fight to everyone so that I would be seen as open-minded. However, knowing my sword and defeating it are two different things. When Tao smiled and raised his sword, he flicked it and sent several sword energies straight for Zhuofan. Brother Zhuo, take this gentle sword, ever-flowing and ever-changing. Whoosh! Zhuofan's heart sank, and he got himself ready. The purple lightning on his right hand crackled, but as the sword energies reached him, they turned soft, floating in the air, and surrounded him, trapping him in their center. When Tao waved his sword again and sent more sharp sword energy at Zhuofan, turning into thousands of strands in a blink of an eye. However, like before, the sword energy turned soft right before reaching Zhuofan. Drifting in the wind, he was now trapped in a quagmire of sword energy, with no way out. Fiend Yang turned grave and face-bombed. This punk is just too cocky. He not once came to see the middle 3-sex stage, and has no idea what Wen Tao can do with this attack. He is caught in thousands of strands, unable to break free of the sword energy. Be it Heaven Trailing Sect or Demon Soul Sect, neither could escape it when it was unleashed in their team battles. While Zhuofan was tougher, it was still unknown if he could pull it off. Fiend Yang and Fiend Yin were looking very tense. The one who was in the center of this entrapment looked far more relaxed by comparison. Zhuofan just grinned and used his right dragon claw to swipe. Along with the crackling, the purple lightning destroyed any sword energy it touched. The purple lightning has the power to destroy the world. While its power is lacking, its character is one of destruction. When Tao's gentle sword energy had just met its nemesis, Yi Lin showed a hint of a smile, but then he turned solemn. However, I'm sure Wen Tao is aware of it as well. But since he does something so pointless, he must have a backup plan. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo gave Yi Lin a deep look, then returned to the fight with a nod just as this genius of the superior 3-sex said. The sword energy strands got crushed, but Wen Tao showed no worry, making a sign. Wen Tao made the struck sword energy that floated about. As a result, to enter the sword in his hand, Zhuofan noticed, to his amazement, that ephemeral life exploded in power. Zhuofan's heart shook, and he understood gentle sword's true meaning. It's to drift alongside you like the wind until you are squeezed to death. These gentle sword energy strands acted like a fence. If one started bashing it, the sword energy fragments would return to the sword and turn from soft to hard, greatly bolstering its power. The source of this power was, on one hand, the soft sword energy gathering on the sword, and on the other, the power of the adversary fueled within the blade. This way, the more he let it drag out, the worse it would be for him, or so that's why he said that knowing and defeating it are different things. Regardless, once his strands are out, he holds the advantage. Unless one uses force, there's no quick way to end it. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Since this is the case, I'll punch right through. Zhuofan's eyes flashed and shot for Wen Tao. But just then, under Wen Tao's urging, the soft sword energy strands plugged the gap, and Zhuofan was trapped again. However, Zhuofan, having seen his tricks, there was no way he would let himself get stalled again, so he swiped his lightning-streaked claw roar. With a draconic roar, the purple lightning-fueled claw crushed the soft sword energy, clearing a path. Zhuofan took the next second to get out of the circle. The scattered pieces of sword energy gathered on the sword, but the remaining soft sword energy strands had no time to block Zhuofan again. When Tao's brow shook, and his gestures changed. The soft sword energy turned hard, stabbing Zhuofan from all directions. Zhuofan grinned and flicked his right, shattering the strands with the purple lightning. Wen Tao raised an eyebrow and didn't dally. He changed his hand sign, and all the sword energy gathered on the sword. The sword's edge gleamed with unspeakable power. At that moment Zhuofan now finally arrived before Wen Tao and struck wraith style. Second move, ghostly dragon claw. Soft to hard, heaven-breaking sword. Wen Tao did not hesitate to stab straight for Zhuofan as well. In an instant, ephemeral life looked to have been soft all its existence and turned hard in this fleeting moment. With that stab, it was like the world's power fell on Zhuofan's shoulders. Zhuofan's claw came like a raging dragon, violent and overbearing. It was as if this claw was going to tear the world asunder. Clang! The claw and sword met in a screeching clash, a clash that only lasted for a split second before they separated. Zhuofan's body stood in his spot, his attack blocked, while Wen Tao was thrown tens of meters from the sudden force of impact. When he straightened up, he looked at Zhuofan in shock, puzzlement, and disbelief. What just happened? Why did a casual sword strike wound him so before, yet my all-out attack did nothing? He even managed to bounce me back. Just what is happening? Was he truly careless before? Is that why I hit him? Now that he's serious, there's no way of hurting him? This guy is strong to a terrifying degree. Gulping, Wen Tao showed no glee but unprecedented seriousness. The ones watching the fight had no idea what Zhuofan was really capable of, especially that ridiculous body of his. How is he still human when not even a 9th-grade spiritual weapon can't scratch him? While he was shocked, Zhuofan was even more so. His right hand used the world's power, that of the invincible sacred beast, Qilin. It should be natural to win any encounter when it is involved. However, he never thought it possible to be blocked, leaving him depressed. Wen Tao is good. Gentle Sword is not only capable but uses both soft and hard skills to perfection. They would scream if others knew he was depressed because of this tiny little detail. You're the damn violent brute here. Dude, you're depressed 'cause he blocked you? Then what about the rest of us? Should we be in the pits of despair? Luckily, he didn't show it, keeping it to himself as he went for Wen Tao again. He could see that Gentle Sword no longer had as much power in his sword as before, so all he had to do was strike fast before Wen Tao gathered some more power, which was when his sword would be defeated. Whoosh! He reached Wen Tao in a flash and swiped with his claw. Wen Tao hurriedly blocked with his sword, but was sent flying. The force pierced his innards and forced him to spit blood. Ha ha ha, I just knew it. You can never beat me directly without the Gentle Sword's accumulated power. Zhuofan did not pursue and smiled. Brother Wen, do you have any tricks? Use them now or surrender. Since you are a gentleman and courteous, I will reply in kind. Wen Tao looked long and hard at Zhuofan. I knew I couldn't match you alone. I was only testing you from the start. Knowing to back off when it's futile is something I told others. But I can never retreat. However, ha ha ha, Brother Zhua, the team battle is just getting started. Wen Tao's eyes flashed, and he stood up after wiping the blood from his mouth. The other 9 Sword God sect disciples were now on the move. Chapter 676. Harmony of Soul. Chapter 676. Harmony of Soul. Proofreader, Papatongs. Finally, Sword God sect hadn't yet involved all their disciples in team battles. Now, they're going all out against one man, ha ha ha. Wu Qingqiu chuckled, his eyes filled with excitement. I can't wait to see what Sword God sect is made of. Yen Mo also nodded. Ever since the middle 3 sects stage, the Sword God sect has been hiding something. Maybe they have a weapon to challenge the superior 3 sects with. However, they're forced to use it on an underdog. Wu Qingqiu thought the same. Thump. With heavy steps, Sword God sect's 9 disciples came behind Wen Tao as if to give him support. As they stared at Zhuofan, filled with thirst for battle, they all saw what Zhuofan could do, and even their team leader couldn't deal with him after going all out. But they were not in the least bit anxious but steeled in their determination. Zhuofan approved of their attitudes for some reason. Zhuofan felt that Wen Tao's gentle sword title was half attributed to the 9 disciples, as if the gentle sword's true power would be unleashed only when they worked together. Zhuofan, I know you're a body cultivator of freakish build, and not just anyone can withstand it. However, now we will strike your weak spot. Do watch out. Xie Tianshang stepped forward with a serious look. Zhuofan raised an eyebrow and nodded. Give me everything you got. I'll take it you all on. Hey, you can't just throw the match just because he's an old buddy. He's our strongest opponent yet. Wen Tao shook his head, smiling. Xie, I always feel your name makes me lose out every time I say it. Ha ha ha. Did you not see me talking too much and ending up revealing my secret? You saw how I lost, so you better learn from my mistakes. Smiley face, Xie lit. Means thanks. Like you wouldn't have lost anyway, even without babbling and explaining your style. A calm voice echoed out, a loss is a loss. If you keep looking for excuses, you're only going against the gentleman's code. They all turned to see Zhuofan scratching his chin, knowing the thick sarcasm in his words. When Tao's face fell and snapped, Brother Zhuo, I get that you win. But can you please not kick someone when he's down? That's how it is if you don't admit it. Zhuofan grinned when Tao huffed, then flicked his head away in annoyance. Xie Tianshang smiled. Brothers, we're here to do battle, not squabble. What would that win even account for? The next fight is the one to determine the real winner. Well said. What does personal honor mean when fighting in a team battle? When Tao's eyes lit up, Brother Zhuo, get ready. This won't be so easy. We'll see when it ends. Zhuofan smiled, but his eyes showed caution. Sword God Sect's 10 disciples made signs, and 10 glinting swords flew from them and into the sky with a ripple. That's. Zhuofan was startled, and so was everyone. Someone even shouted in shock, that's their souls. Just what are they planning to do by releasing 10 souls? Yenemo looked stunned. Wu Qingqiu was frowning, shaking his head. The soul is the core of one's spirit. Unless one would fight to his dying breath, no one would just take it out. However, facing an expert like Zhuofan, a soul would easily end up damaged. Aren't they looking to die by releasing them all? This is the only way for them to release all they have. Only by fighting to the end. Yilin sighed. Why must they go so far? Zhuofan is my opponent. Why are they in such a rush to stake their lives? Wu Qingqiu sighed, his face solemn and filled with respect for Sword God Sect's disciples. Knowing full well there's no chance, they have no remorse in giving their very being in defeating their adversary. This is a warrior's honor and life pursuit. These 10 people are worthy of our respect. Yi Lin and Yen Mo looked at Wu Qingqiu and nodded at this time. The ever-stony exalted double dragons finally expressed emotions, talking and laughing, working together and staking one's life. This was both foolish and also dedication. Zhuofan, if you can't block our attack, you must dodge. We won't attack again, but that will mean your defeat. Don't be stubborn and risk your life for nothing. Xie Tianshang made a sign and shouted at Zhuofan. Zhuofan started, looking at them oddly. He could sense their move would shake the world itself, but, hey, who's the one risking his life here? You got your souls out and everything. Are you that confident I wouldn't just pluck your souls one by one? When Tao saw that he was skeptical, so he mediated. Brother Zhuo, junior brother Xie isn't joking. You'll know in a moment. Our strike will hit you right where it hurts the most. When Tao made his own sign and shouted, Harmony of Soul Sword, gather. The other 9 people echoed him in shouting and gestures. The 10 swords in the heavens above gathered, and a strange, gentle power ebbed from their center. Like a simple string, it linked all the sword souls together. When Tao shouted again, and a dazzling white light brightened the skies. It was so intense the sun itself paled once the light passed. The people cried in shock. 9 swords were gone from the sky, leaving just one. But this sword soul released an incredible power with every motion. The slightest movement shook space enough to rip it. That's a soul harmony? Exalted by May cried. Everyone's soul is different and mutually exclusive. But there are arts in this world, soul harmonies, that can unify them. It's rare enough to see 3 souls join together, but Sword God sect managed to do it with 10? This is like a miracle. Exalted Ran nodded as well, equally amazed. Sword God sect has the sword at its core, with everything related to it. All of their disciples form a sword soul as well. To them, it will be much easier to practice soul harmony. But this is just too overwhelming for it to happen with 10 in one moment. I believe the core of it is gentle sword, that one Tao. Soft and hard. Hard enough to break the heavens and soft enough to absolve anyone. He is the tie that binds them. This is how such a remarkable art like soul harmony came to be. Exalted by May squinted and nodded. The list of names once again appeared in his hand. Wu Qingqiu and Yan Mo were stunned. 10 souls fused into one. Such a soul power was more than mere deadly. Zhuofan had so far only shown off his body's outrageous power. No one here ever knew anything about his soul or how strong it was. No wonder when Tao and Xie Tianshang warned Zhuofan to dodge it. Such a strong soul attack would rip Zhuofan's soul to shreds if his were any weaker, and even if it were strong, it would still be left with a deadly wound. When Tao was called Gentle Sword, yet his final move was soul harmony. He truly walked an incredibly overbearing path, yet soft to the extreme. This sword was beyond strong. He's in trouble, Wu Qingqiu sighed. Yilin looked grave as well. Only Yan Mo looked eager, having some expectations. He only caught a glimpse of Zhuofan's soul last time, and it was by no means weak. As for how strong it was, he didn't live up to the challenge, but now, this freak's soul would finally come out. Sister Qingqing, what now? How could any one man take on such a powerful soul? On Mystical Heaven Sect's side, Danner was filled with worry and restlessness as she pulled on Chu Qingqing's clothes. She was more worried than anyone about Zhuofan's predicament. Xian Xiaoyu said flatly, "It's best for that devil to die." Humph. The girls only ever looked at Chu Qingqing in worry. They all knew she knew Zhuofan the most. She would know in her heart if Zhuofan could come out alive. However, she was also somewhat alarmed since she didn't know a thing about Zhuofan's trump cards. However, from what she saw of Zhuofan's cool expression, her heart regained calm and she smiled. "He's going to be fine." That you're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.